Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Can you hear me? I want to make sure I do not have a situation. I'm messy because you said, I hope you eating dinner. I actually was eating. That's why I'm late. I was like, bitch, I am late because, yes, I had to eat something real quick. So, yes, I'm here. How you doing? Y'all can hear me? Because we're not going to have a situation like yesterday, like Friday, where I was up in here running my mouth for 10 minutes and didn't even know that my mic wasn't on. I had it on the wrong setting. That's what happened. Because there's like different settings and stuff, but apparently I didn't have it on the right one. So we good today. So yes. How y'all doing? It's your boy Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Excuse me. A show we go basically talk about all the things going on in celebrity news, pop culture. Y'all know the deal. Y'all know the drill, all of that good stuff. Because that's what I was trying to say. I couldn't decide on the word, but I mashed it. So, whatever is going on in the world of pop culture, entertainment, gossip, whatever, we chat about on this show. So before we get started, can you please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button, and also smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And so, yeah, before we get to the big stuff, I'm going to hit y'all with some movie news. We got to talk about Scream 7. I got two topics on it. One about Patrick Dempsey. One about Melissa Barrera saying her thoughts on Neve Campbell coming back to the Scream franchise since she was fired. Plus, I got an update on the Blade reboot. This came out a couple of hours ago. Looks like the movie's back on. They're talking about they're going to start filming it in 2025. So we'll talk about that, which means it's probably not coming out to 2026, 2027. Plus, I'm going to give you guys a first look at this new zombie queer horror movie called Queens of the Dead, which has got some cast members from Drag Race, Pose, and Fire Island. So we're going to talk about that. We did talk about that a couple of months ago, but we got a first look. Plus, of course, for those of y'all who don't know, or some of y'all do know, I was at the MAGA rally at MSG yesterday because I work there. So we are going to get into it based on basically all the stuff that's been trending all over the internet. So what everybody's talking about, I'll debunk and give y'all fact because I was in the silo for literally 12 hours. So while the media and everything is giving y'all like 5-minute cliff notes or whatever, I was there from the moment before it started to when in the midst of it until the aftermath. So we'll get into some things, within reason. I'm not going to give too much because, child, I'm trying to keep my job. But I'm going to just basically respond on the stuff that has been already put in the media. Or as he likes to call it, fake news. But there was nothing fake about any of the things CNN, MSNBC, or the other media outlets were saying because it's all on tape, basically. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we're going to talk about, a lot of Puerto Ricans came out to endorse Kamala Harris after the idiot, podcaster, comedian. He called himself a comedian, but I find nothing funny from him. He does the Kill Tony podcast. I have heard of him, and I'll let y'all know how I heard of him and all this other stuff. So yeah, he's gone viral because of some stuff he said about Puerto Rico. So a lot of Puerto Ricans have come out to support Kamala Harris. We'll get into that. Plus, Amber Rose is walking back what she said about Beyonce, because Beyonce showed up to endorse Kamala Harris, and the Beehive swarmed her bald-headed ass and went in and let have. And now she's trying to backpedal off of what she said. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to get into that Chris Brown documentary that I did not even know aired last night. I did not watch it, but I got the cliff notes and we're going to talk about it. I am definitely going to check it out. It might be tonight, or if I'm not, definitely tomorrow. I'm going to check it out. But apparently the Chris Brown documentary aired. Some tea's been spilled. Diddy's involved. We'll talk about it. Plus, we got to get into this tea about Nick Cannon. He's opening up about his relationship with Mariah. Me and Mariah go back like babies and pacifiers. So then we got to talk about that. Plus, there was something I totally forgot. Liam Payne was supposed to be in that show, Building the Band. I totally forgot about that. I did an article on that 2 months ago. I had to read somebody were trying to come for me in the comments on that post earlier today. I will get into it. And apparently they put the show on hold because because you know what happened. Plus, we got to get into this Lil Nas X and Azealia Banks beef. Now she just going to. I just feel like she just writes a whole list and checks it twice, like she goddamn Santa Claus. Writes a whole list and just like, oh, so who am I gonna pick on today? Because I should be in the studio making music with the little money I'm scraping by with these Pride events that y'all keep inviting her dusty knock-kneed ass to. But so we'll get into that because little Nas ran her down to the floor. So we'll get into that. You know, you want to talk about reading? Let's talk about reading. And then, of course, we got to talk about, well, we don't have to, but Chaperones in the news again for being annoying. And we got to talk about Drag Race Global All-Stars. They crowned the winner. And I want to know y'all thoughts because I've got mine. So I'm not going to hold y'all any longer. We're going to get right into the show. I know it's a late one, but I was running around busy today. Apparently, my grandmother was going through it because the alarm was going off in her house, and she lives by herself. She's 90 years old, and needed some. Just didn't know what the hell was going on. Didn't want to call the people, so you got to call the company. It's like, why they can't come today? I'm paying them. I'm like, because they busy. Like, you can't just expect somebody to just fly out there or just pop in your house like they the genie and just fix the issue. So I think what it is, the battery died. And it needs a replacement. I'm like, just lock yourself in the house like it's Fort Knox. You'll be all right. So the struggle was real. I think I messed up one of my damn nails trying to get that window, that piece off of the window. Because the alarm is on the window. And I'm like, when the last time y'all opened this thing? Like, I damn near felt like I was about to split a nail. But anyway, enough of my situation. Well, she lived all the way out in Suffolk County, near Fire Island. So let's get into it. Like I told you, I got the family member. Wait, hold on. I told you I got people that live out there, like near, like in the Hamptons and all that other stuff. But anyway, let's get right into the show, and let's talk about Scream before we get to the other stuff. You know, I gotta warm y'all up before I go into that Trump stuff because I was in a haze. Like my head was killing me. Dealing with all that negative energy, it's just like. You got to ease your way into that, like with some lube, and you know the tops. You bottoms with your tight bussies. It's like you got to put the little butt plug in to loosen it up because you know when it comes to tops and meat, what you don't want is trying to push it in because you don't want a purple bean. This is why we tell y'all, for those of us who got a lot of meat between me down there, that you might want to use a plug or something to loosen yourselves up a bit, because I'm not forcing. And I knew somebody that wanted me to force my way in. It was an immediate turn off, and that was a turn on for him. But I was like, first, I'm not breaking my meat up in some booty. It's no shade. I ain't trying to spend money to go to a doctor to deal with that. But anyway, enough of that. Let me stop getting sidetracked and get right into the show. So Melissa Barrera is still talking about Scream 7. And she said that she no longer talks to the former Scream co-star, Neve Campbell. So I don't know why they would be speaking to Melissa Barrera at this day and age when she's no longer attached to the franchise, but apparently they did. So Us Weekly is reporting this. They said that Barrera, who's 34, reacted to Campbell's surprising decision to return to the upcoming 7th film, telling Decider earlier this month that she fully respects her former co-star, saying that we haven't really spoken. This is what she said when asked if she's been in touch with Campbell, who's 51. She said, I think everyone makes their choices and what they think is best for them. Now, Barrera made it clear that she wasn't at odds with Campbell, adding, I fully respect what people think they need to do to keep going in this life. Now, y'all already know that Campbell's more, she has been acting for a long time. Like, I knew her from Party of Five when she was up on there with Bailey and them. And I had a crush on Scott Wolf because I used to think he looked like a baby Tom Cruise. Like, they could have been related easily before I knew Tom Cruise being the cuckoo for Cocoa Puff Scientologist. So that's what I like, him. And then he ended up marrying the chick from The Real World, which I was like, okay, that's cute or whatever. So I remember her from that. And then, of course, she did Scream. And then she was in another movie that I love, which is The Craft. And she's done so many other things. So Neve Campbell, in so many ways, became kind of my generation's Scream queen. And so I'm glad that Melissa said it the way she said it, because I already know this whole thing about Neve coming back has caused such a divide within the Scream fandom, meaning that there's people who are Team Melissa, there are people who are Team Neve. My generation, a lot of us who are millennial Gen X, we grew up watching the Scream franchise. Like the Scream franchise came out in like what, 96, 97? So we grew up watching those films. And so, I mean, of course I love Jamie Lee Curtis and so many other people that came before them. But that's a different time. I feel like that's more like Gen X, maybe Boomer. But for the most part, yeah, Neve Campbell has pretty much been in majority of the movies except one, and people were feeling away. It's like, but I understand, like, if you're someone who is attached emotionally to the core four, and don't get me wrong, I liked some of the things that Radio Silence did after Wes Craven passed away, and they tried to take over the franchise and interject some new ideas into the franchise, and some of it worked, but there was some of it that didn't. Particularly in both films, your third acts. Your third acts always fell apart for me. There was some interesting ideas that you put in a lot of the movies, but then for the most part, as a whole, I felt like the first two Screams, 5 and 6, poorly executed. The first movie, I mean, Scream 5, yeah, I like the opening with Jenna Ortega. I like some of the sequences that you had in the movie. I did like the sequence between the killers and, you know, Courtney Cox's Gale Weathers and Sidney Prescott. There were moments in it, but to me, was it a solid situation? 5 was more so than 6. I did like the New York setting, via Canada, and there were certain sequences in there that really were intense, like that the ladder sequence. Love that scene. But for the most part, after the opening sequence, which I thought was an interesting take on the Scream franchise, reveal the killer within the first 10 minutes of the film, after he's setting up Samara Weaving and then he murders her and then takes the mask off. I definitely love that twist. So I really hope that they go into this whole cult thing. And I also heard, sidebar, that they talking about doing a cult angle with I Know What You Did Last Summer. Could we not do the whole cult? Like, the cult angle in a lot of these horror slasher films starting to wear a little thin for me. It's kind of like when y'all overusing the whole trauma situation in your Final Girls. I feel like that's being used to death too. So I actually didn't mind what she said. Now I'm hoping, like, when she says, I fully respect the people think they need to do to keep going in this life, because yeah, there's no guarantee when it comes to acting. When somebody got mad at me when I said one time that this business don't care about your long ass resume. All they care about is, this is the business of what have you done for me lately. I remember I said that about Monique when Monique was rambling and ranting off about the stuff she was saying. And this person got mad at me for saying, I'm like, I'm telling you how the business is. They don't give a damn how many Oscars you won and how hard you worked and how, you build your career and all this other stuff. This is the business of what have you done for me lately. They don't care about what you did a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago. So they're real forgetful when they need to be. And they remember when they want to. So I try to tell y'all how this business is, but people be thinking I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So it's no shade. I definitely like the core four and what they brought. I'm definitely curious to see what they're going to bring in regards to the Scream franchise, especially bringing Neve Campbell back. And yeah, so good luck, Melissa, on whatever other endeavors you have coming out. I think it says in the article what her next project is. She's supposed to be in this Halloween rom-com called Your Monster. I saw it. It looks a little cheesy, but I don't necessarily know if it's good or not. I liked Abigail. I heard a lot of people say they like Abigail, but where the hell were y'all? Y'all didn't go to the movies and support it because it flopped. So I feel like that Abigail found a home on home video and streaming, and now people are liking it. But guess what? Streaming don't help bring, light to situations. Y'all don't realize that you basically hurt Melissa Barrera in that way, because if you really were believing in being the slap in the face to Spyglass for firing her from the Scream franchise, the smart thing would have been, you have to show these people that, y'all made a big mistake by showing up to the theater and supporting the movie that she's in. So who knows? I don't know. Maybe the marketing messed it up and they were trying to capitalize off of, based off the trailers, they were trying to capitalize off Megan because, you had the dancing dolls. So they wanted to have like the dancing vampire ballerina and all this other stuff. And that may have hurt it. That people probably felt like the way y'all were marketing it, it just felt so on the nose and so obvious the way y'all were trying to pander. Whereas they were I felt like they were a bit more clever with the way that they did the Megan situation. I just hope Megan 2 doesn't suck whenever that comes out. But she also went on to say, she said, in my contract, it says that I have to be covered in blood by the end of the movie. This is what she joked to us ahead of, I think she was talking about Abigail. Okay, so we don't need to read all of that. But yeah, so I say all that to say, what do y'all think of this story? Are you guys upset that Melissa Barrera is not coming back? Personally speaking, it's like, it doesn't bother me no way. To me, the fact that we're getting Sydney back is what's more important in my opinion, because I feel like there is more story there, because at this point what you could do is you could pass down the baton to the daughter character and the next generation, if that's what you want to do, and then kind of like just go your own way and just take a back seat. Or you could just be a pinnacle part, but just don't be fully in it. I don't know. They'll have to figure out what they're doing with that film. I guess they're trying to work out the script or whatever the case is, but we'll see. I do feel like when you're showing Sydney married with children and how they're trying to navigate through the sins of her past, where Sydney had to deal with the sins of her mother's past, and that's kind of like maybe a generational trauma thing. Maybe that's a new venue they could actually explore. Generational trauma when it comes to, the things that went on. But then again, didn't they kind of cover that in the Halloween trilogy? When Laurie Strode was going through what she was going through, and she passed that down to her daughter, the traumas, and then the daughter was kind of being stank and was trying to live her life with her husband and her daughter. And then Michael, after 45 years, or how many was it? It was 40. We'll go with 40. I think it was 40 years. Then, because I think it came out 5 years ago. Yeah. So 40 years, because it was 2018. 40 years ago. And then he leaves the thing, and it wasn't even because he was searching for Laurie, as we saw in the movie. It was because damn Dr. Satane starting his mess because he wanted to see Michael in his natural habitat. So we'll have to just see what they figure out in regards to the whole screen. I just hope that this script is airtight. I really hope that, because Kevin Williamson created this franchise and created the Sidney Prescott and Gail Weathers character, that he can basically tighten up the script or whatever the case, because these characters better than anybody else. People can come in and think they know the character, but you created these characters, so you can offer some insight and some input and basically judge and tighten up the script. So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Now, speaking of Scream 7, since we can go from Neve Campbell, let's talk about Patrick Dempsey, who played her man up in, they weren't really hunching in Scream 3, but we come to find out in Scream 5 that she was in a relationship with Mark Kincaid. So Patrick Dempsey, fine ass, is apparently in talks, because that is a good looking man. But Patrick Dempsey apparently is saying that there has been talks about him reprising his role in Scream 7, which we've been hearing rumblings for a while that he's going to be in it. But now he's been, teasing, propping down the breadcrumbs. So in an interview with People, they said the actor, who's 58, confirmed that he's been in talks about him reprising his role as Detective Mark Kincaid for the upcoming Scream 7, which already includes original star Neve Campbell. So that they've been talking to me about it, and I think, they're still working on the script, Dempsey revealed, and of course, Neve has signed on, so I think we'll see. He's playing coy. Now, Dempsey is eagerly awaiting the script being sent to him, with hopes that the film and his role is still on track towards the start of production. Saying, I'm waiting to read the script and see if it actually goes, the Lewiston, Maine native explained. In this business, you never know what's going to happen, but if the opportunity opens itself up and it becomes a reality, then I'll definitely take it seriously. The longtime Grey's Anatomy star, appeared in one of the franchise films, as we talked about in Scream 3, which was 2000. And we're in 2024, going into 2025. So that's a long time. And that's like what? Damn, is that like 25 years ago? How old is the Scream? Oh, wait, the Scream franchise is about, almost 30 years old. So he said that was directed by the late, and legendary Wes Craven, who worked from a script by Aaron Kruger, who I did not actually like his script for Scream 3. There were moments in Scream that I liked, but I felt like Aaron Kruger he messed that script up. I just didn't like a lot of the over-the-top campiness. The only over-the-top campy stuff that I loved was Parker Posey. Parker Posey saved that damn movie for me, because when she played Jennifer Jolie, which was supposed to be like her playing Gail Weathers, I definitely liked what she brought to that part. And I hated the fact that y'all killed Cotton off, because I like Cotton Weary. But then y'all want to kill him off in Scream 3. When he was basically, you know, I love what he brought with Scream 2. The dynamic between him and Sydney. And everybody was thinking he was the killer. But then it was just him, Gail, and Sydney standing, the last three standing in Scream 2. You had to deal with crazy as Mrs. Loomis, Billy Mama, and then Mickey, the freaky Tarantino film student, according to Randy. Randy Meeks was another one that I loved in the franchise. So I don't think we need to go into what the movie is about. It's about, you know, you already know what Scream is about. It says it in the article, but this is the Daily Mail. Daily Mail will sit and write fucking novels when they want to talk about everything. I'm like, you can't just get to the point. Y'all want to write a whole novel about the backstory of Scream and how much money it made in the first film and each one. I was like, okay, we do not need a 4-page letter sealed with a kiss. Shout out to Aaliyah. When we talking about this story. So what I didn't even know is that it was they spent $14 to $15 million on the first Scream, and it grossed $173 million at the box office. Because I remember when I was a kid, it was like big talk. It was like I never got to see Scream in the movies, but I remember when this guy that I knew named George went to go see it, and he was telling me all about it. And it was like, I think it came out in the summertime, which was weird because Scream to me should have always been a film that is a fall film. Maybe you could push for, well, they have like January, February, that sort of thing. But I've always looked at it as like Scream should have been always put out around Halloween, similar to like the Saw films and Halloween, things of that nature. So, yeah, so I don't think they really much say anything because they're just talking about a whole bunch of, stuff up in here. But for the most part, I was like, in regards to this, I definitely hope that we can get Patrick Dempsey back because, like I said, I like to see the idea of Sydney starting over with a family, her kids. They're living in Seattle. Allegedly, that's supposed to be the setting for the new franchise. She's no longer in Woodsboro, so she's now in Seattle. And you can do so much with like a fake Seattle. From what I heard, they're supposed to be shooting it in Georgia. So if they go and they do it there, and then they set up this whole situation, of course, where you have like the next generation, which would be Sydney's teenage daughter, who they say is going to be played by McKenna Grace. I would definitely love to see where they go with that. I know, like I've said numerous times, how is it possible that she has a teenage daughter when the last movie, which came out like 4 or 5 years ago, was a baby? Are you slow? Like, have you never seen movies and TV shows, like I've said millions of times on this podcast, that, I had a baby in January 2024, and then by September, the baby's a teenager. They do that in the soaps. They do that in all the other TV shows. Like, 1 year they this kid, and the next year is recast the role. You age the child. We've seen it happen on sitcoms. We've seen it happen on soap operas. We've seen it happen on daytime and nighttime stories. So we've seen it happen all the time. So, as I said before, I'm looking forward to seeing Patrick Dempsey, but I do wonder this. What's going on with Thanksgiving too? Because isn't he, in that spoiler alert, he's a damn killer. So I don't know how at this point y'all haven't seen Thanksgiving. The movie came out like 2 years ago. So what's going on with that? We know he survives at the end. So what's going on with him being in that film along with this film? And has Eli Roth written a script? First of all, Eli got to lick his wounds after that horrible ass Borderlands movie that he came out with. So he definitely needs to get back on Thanksgiving too and get that up and running so that way he could redeem himself from that mess that he came out with Jamie Lee Curtis and what's his name? The little short, round, black one, Kevin Hart. But y'all should know anything Kevin Hart is going to be trash. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Would y'all be excited to see Patrick Dempsey reprise his role as Detective Mark Kincaid? And maybe he'll be a sergeant in Seattle, taking a high position, or whatever the case is, and then he get involved. Maybe he's a homicide detective. Who knows what they'll have him do? But I think he should still be on the police force. And so, yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing like how this film shapes up, who is going to be the cast members. And for those of y'all out there that's hating and talk about this whole y'all hate Spyglass because of the Palestine thing, go suck an egg and go out and touch grass. Because we don't want to hear your little fake political outrage. Because if you gave a damn, y'all would have showed up to see Abigail in theaters and support Melissa Barrera like I did. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so we have comments. So you said, let's be honest, he only did New York. I was told it wasn't full, but they said, oh no, it was definitely full. I can tell you firsthand, it was the capacity would be 20,000. We can only fit 20,000 people in Madison Square Garden. He said 200,000. I'm like, now you're lying, because I was looking out the window during my break, and the only thing I was seeing was people protesting. So we had on the right side, there were the Trump supporters out protesting, and then, for whatever. And then on the left side, which would be on 8th Avenue going towards 9th Avenue and 33rd Street, or 32nd Street. 32nd and 33rd, like within that area. And then they had like the anti-Trump people on that side. So there was a lot of protests going on. There was a lot of police. They had 7th Avenue closed off, so if y'all was trying to get around, that was not happening. So luckily I came in through 8th, but I'll get into all of that. But yeah, the capacity, it was 20,000. It was not 70. He said 200,000. So they were like, I was told it wasn't full. It was full. So, because I was looking, and I was in a spot where I could see around the entire arena. I was living on the 6th floor, which is the 100s, where the commoners sit, according to people, where they was talking about Madonna. Because they were like, oh, she was sitting in the 100s. Okay, and she was sitting in the 100 because there was at the Billie Eilish concert, because there was no floor seats for her to sit. She wasn't standing up for no 2 hours or whatever to watch Billie Eilish. Not with her kids, and not with all her kids and that child she hunching. They were not standing up. So that's the only reason why she was in the 100s. Other than that, I feel like if there were floor seats, Madonna would have been on the floor. But I believe there was, there was 20,000. First of all, there was seating on the floor, so I don't even know how many that was, along with the actual arena seats. So it could have been like 20, maybe 30,000 people that got in. But you talking about 70 to 100 or 200,000? No, that's not happening. First of all, we can't even fit that many people in there, so I hope they was keeping track. But you said, I love David Howard Thornton. He likes my posts and comments. Oh, I like him too. First of all, I just found out how you doing? He one of the gays, honey. For those of you who don't know who David Howard Thornton is, he plays Art the Clown in the Terrifier movies. So apparently the word on the street is he's family. I'm like, ooh, can you imagine having sex with him in that Art the Clown costume? Now that would be like one of those fetishes I would probably keep to myself. And then they'd be like, oh yeah, he's drilling your asshole with a chainsaw like he did in Terrifier 3. And then somebody be like, yeah, do that to me for real. This time with your peen. I'm like, ooh, you nasty. Okay, you said Universal Music Group is dropping new Liam Payne music. Hasn't been a month. Yeah, that's why I figured they were trying to do that, because y'all shelved him, and now y'all out here trying to financially benefit off him. That's why when I'm looking forward to the what is it? That Building a Band show. I was about to call it Making the Band. I do not even want to talk about Diddy today, but yeah, he's gonna be in the story. But so yeah. I'm not surprised that they would do that, because at the end of the day, it's a record business. They trash. Or you said, I heard he was expected to be in Scream 4, but couldn't because of Transformers. I would have never said yes to a damn Transformers movie. Not those. I mean, if it was, which Transformers was it? Was it the one, was it, if it was Bumblebee, I'll be like, yeah. First of all, I stopped watching the Transformers movies after like the 3rd one. When I worked, I did happen to glance one of the Transformers movies with Mark Wahlberg, horrible acting behind. When I worked at AMC, I walked into the theater and I was looking at, I watched a little bit. I said, this movie is stupid. So after that, I was done. But the early ones with Shia LaBeouf, I did watch those. The first one I liked. I also like Bumblebee. I kind of wish they would have stuck with that. But the movies was trash. But then when they finally started to get back to basics, it was too late. I think they broke the fans' trust. Just like I'm not surprised that Venom didn't do well financially at the box office this weekend. I'm like, those movies are terrible. They really are. The only saving grace of those films would be my Virgo brother, Tom Hardy, and the fact that he plays, he does Eddie, the voice and then all the other stuff. But other than that, those movies make no sense. It was stupid. And I liked seeing the Venom character and all the other stuff and the dynamic between them, the chemistry, because Tom Hardy you can put him in the world's worst movie, which they did 3 times, and he'll still sell the hell out of it. And that goes to show you a good actor, that even when the movie is bad, they can go through it. You know who's also like that? Naomi Scott. She's been in so many okay, mediocre ass movies, but she puts on a phenomenal performance whenever I see her on screen. So I like her. Yes, I do. You said, do people still go to the movies? I mean, it depends on what the film is. I don't go all the time. Like, I have friends who go to, like, they use A-list and all that. I'm like, I don't go to the movies that much to even want to support it with that. And my thing is, depending on the film, like if it's a Terrifier 3 or whatever the case is, it's like, oh my God, this is an event film. Or like Furiosa, one of those type of things. I'm like, I have to see these films on a big screen. I need to see this film. You know, certain ones where if it's an IMAX or Dolby, I'll go see it. Then there's some where I'm just like, I need to see this film. Excuse me, now I'm feeling gassy. I need to see this film because I need to kind of be within the silo with the crowd and see how they react to it and all that stuff. Like, I want to be in the moment with the crowd and stuff. Like when it came to Terrifier 3, so like I need to be with the crowd and stuff to see like how people react to certain, you know, scenes and things. Then there's some films where I'm just like, you know what, I want to see this film, but I'll wait until it comes out on streaming or whatever the case was. Like Strange Darling with damn, I forgot who's it. Kyle Garner. I'm like, Kyle Gallner is how you say it. I always say Kyle Garner. Kyle Gallner. Actually, like, that is a good damn movie. Like, especially the way they do linear storytelling. I haven't seen something that clever since Kill Bill, Volume 1 and 2. The way they told that story and the way they had people thinking that this was how things was going to go, and then there was a situation, the ultimate twist, I was like, well, damn. First of all, it was like y'all had me thinking one thing, and I just loved the way they told that story. That was such a good movie, and I feel like that is a movie that people definitely need to see. It's on, like, if you got Prime Video or whatever, if you don't want to buy it or whatever, rent it. It's a good fee. You watch it, you can enjoy it. But that's definitely a movie that I want to buy. And then also, I definitely want to see this movie, The Substance, with Demi Moore. But I don't know if I would feel comfortable enough to want to watch body horror in the movies. I kind of want to sit at home and be squeamish. So, at least I thought Scream was based on a true. Well, the way they do them films, you would think so, right? And who knows? It might have been the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Psycho. All of them was based on from Ed Gein. You know, a lot of them took the stories of those, you know, of Ed Gein and what he did, and they implied certain pieces of his life or whatever into those movies as inspiration. So, no, it was free. So, that's probably why a lot of people were showing up. I don't know how they went about it. I should have asked, because I did talk to some of the Trump supporters, and I'll save this for when I get to it, because I got some comments to make about the Trump supporters. So hold on to that. But anyway, so Terrifier 3 is the highest grossing unrated film of all. Yeah, and I was saying that too, that it is, and I think my mistake was that I didn't word it correctly. But you were talking about, when I said the last time, I said something, I was like, damn, I forgot to mention that it's one of the it's the first unrated horror film to go #1 at the box office. So with it being the highest grossing unrated film, I'm totally not surprised. I love the movie. My sister was like, I was telling my sister about the film. She was like, what's Terrifier? And I'm like, excuse me? Like, you talking about you're a horror movie fan, but you know nothing about the Terrifier movie? So I told her, she's like, the only clown I know is from It. Really? Pennywise? That's the only clown? There's one running for president. But besides that, so it was just like, how do you not know who Art the Clown is? So I had to tell her. I sent her screenshots and to her, you know, texted her the pictures of the movies. I was like, if you got Prime Video, you can watch it on there. This wasn't scary. Either you demented or you a damn liar. Because I'm just like, nobody said it was scary. It's just gory. It's gross. It's like the Hostel movies. What do they call those? Gorno? Or, you know, horror porn or torture porn or whatever you call that mess. You being funny. You said, do you think the Diddy films will come out as a trilogy? No, they wouldn't put it in the theater. I did hear somebody said that. Oh, I think it was Page 6. Damn, I really wish I caught that article, but I was so busy this weekend I missed it and I didn't get a chance to read it. I wonder, because they said that they saw the tapes. I'm wondering if they mentioned names of who was in the tapes. Because inquiring minds, you know, my nosy behind, I want to know. I wanna know what turned you on. All right, so now let's get into Blade. So we got an update on the Blade reboot. You know, the last time we talked about it, which was the last show that we did, I believe, they were sitting up here talking about that the Blade reboot was put on hold, and you know, Bo DeMayo came out and gave his opinions on it with the face palm on his forehead and all that other stuff. And so now, comic book movie is spilling the latest tea, and this came out earlier today, like maybe 3-4 hours before I did the show. And they're saying that Blade is still coming, and they're reworking the script for the millionth time, and that it'll be filming it's supposed to come out in 2025, because it was like what, November something, I forget what day it was. But now they're going to start filming it, allegedly, according to Daniel, Rickman, who is Daniel RPK. He's a tea spiller a lot. He gets the scoops and stuff. Him and Jeff Schneider from the Schneider Report, them are the two that always be battling for who going to spill the most tea on Twitter. So, so it says, according to Comic Book Movie, it said, though the long-awaited MCU reboot won't be arriving in theaters next year, Scooper Daniel Rickman, who I told you is Daniel RPK on the Twitter, believes that it is still on track to commence production in the UK at some point in 2025. He also knows that it will be dark and R-rated and have a smaller budget than all recent Marvel films. Rickman also claims that a new script is currently being worked on. Now, last that we heard, the latest draft by Eric Pearson, who is the 6th writer to have been assigned to the project after Michael Green, Stacey Osei Kuffer, Michael Starbury, Bo DeMayo, and Nick Pizzolatto, had finally satisfied everyone involved. But clearly this isn't the case, if they've gone back to the drawing board yet again. Now, as previously reported, the Cosmic Circus's Alex Perez believes the real reason Blade was pushed back again is because Marvel is prioritizing multiversal stories. Just say multiverse. And this is what irritates me about the MCU. Why everything got to be multiverse related? Why can't y'all just kind of you can do your little multiverse thing, but why can't you do separate stuff? Or maybe that's the thing that DC is doing. So let DC stick with that. While you have the multiverse that's going, or the not multiverse, when you have the James Gunn, Peter Safran universe, DCU, that they're working on, where they're doing their own separate Batman with the Brave and the Bold and Booster Gold and Superman and Green Lantern and all that other stuff that they got going on. They also have the Batman Part 2 coming with Pattinson, Robert Pattinson, as I like to call him. And then we have The Penguin, which is doing very well on HBO Max. I love that show. Love it. And I told y'all, between that and Agatha All Along, I'm loving The Penguin. That is more or less up my alley. I told you I'm not that gay. I like Bussy, but and I like my campy stuff. Like, I love my Kylie Minogue, and but I don't like the two, when y'all be doing the too campy. Like, and it starts taking me out of situations. Like Agatha All Along, I'm trying to get into it. It's cute or whatever, but it's just not my cup of tea. I like my dark, twisted, crazy stuff. Like the Joker. I mean, not the Joker. No, I hate the Joker. What am I talking about? Like, when I talk about The Penguin, that's what I'm because I was just thinking about the Joker for some reason. But I like the Penguin series. And I also love the Batman. So I'm really looking forward to the Batman 2 when that comes. I think they start filming that next year for 2026, which is annoying. I hate the long waits when it comes to these movies. But what are you gonna do? Sometimes we gotta be a little patient if we want excellence in our movies. So when it comes to the whole Blade situation, I've been a little more patient. I've been damn near 20 years patient waiting for a new Blade movie. Especially since it's been 20 years, I believe it'll be in November or December since the original Blade came out. Oh no, not the original Blade, since Blade Trinity. It'll be 20 years, I believe, in November and December. I'm trying to remember when it came out, but I think it was December of 2004 when it came out. So it's been 20 years since we've had that. And now, Mahershala Ali was announced damn near 5 years ago, and y'all still haven't cracked the code. And I understand y'all trying to do this multiverse thing with Secret Wars and all this other stuff, and they talking about Thanos and all these things. And I don't know what y'all plan on doing with the villain that I heard showed up for like 2 seconds in the new Venom movie, that he barely had a part in it. He was just lurking in the background like Thanos in the earlier films before he showed up in Infinity War and the Endgame. So He basically said, so Alex said the real reason why Blade isn't getting done is because the story is disconnected from the rest of the multiverse saga. Same goes for Armor Wars, Nova, etc. It's not that they're not getting made, they're getting pushed to make room for multiversal stories. But it's like at this point, do the fans even want multiverse type stuff? Because I feel like the fans were disappointed post Endgame. Like when y'all started doing this new stuff, which, well, I love Shang-Chi. I'm still waiting on Shang-Chi too. I'm a little irritated that we're waiting a long time for that one. But I feel like y'all had a plan when it came to the Eternals and all this other stuff. But then when people didn't respond to the Eternals the way they had hoped, I think it got the MCU and Marvel, Disney, whatever the hell you want to call them, spooked and nervous. And then now the initial plans that they had, they're kind of like trying to back off of it a little bit because y'all didn't respond to those things. The Marvels, you didn't respond to a lot of Multiverse of Madness. A lot of y'all didn't respond to that either. I liked the film in certain parts. I loved Wanda's story, but overall, I felt like it was a little too on the nose with the Sam Raimi isms, and it just didn't work for me in regards of being a Doctor Strange movie. I love the first one more than I like the second one. Second one left me a little disappointed. I just felt it was just too many Raimi isms up in there. So in regards to the whole Blade thing, so someone also said, Donovan Martin 5 said, but regardless, this really makes me wonder if perhaps if this gets done, I'm trying to read what they wrote. They said if this doesn't get canned, that Ali will most likely be walking away sooner than we think. I doubt he's going to wait even longer for this. Yeah, because he's not getting any younger. Like he's 51. So don't get me wrong. Like I said, black don't crack. Mahershala Ali looks good. He doesn't, I mean, when people say, well, he looks good for 50, what the hell is 50 supposed to look like? Like, I don't understand. Like, physical appearance does not match age, or age does not have a physical appearance. So, his black don't crack. He still looks good. He still looks like a badass. And like I said, if there's any kind of extreme action sequences that may be too difficult for him to pull off, you throw him in a stunt double. And then I'm sure y'all can like technology has advanced so much since the last Blade movie that you can take screen grabs of an actor's face and you can juxtapose it on the stunt double's face to give the illusion that the actor is doing the stunt. So it's possible, like the way technology is right now, there's ways that you can get around to make it somebody look like they're doing the things that they're not doing. And I think that that's the fans don't really care about all that. I mean, do they? Do fans really care about, oh, well, they did all their action sequences? I just think that Tom Cruise gets caught up in all of that because, you know, his ego or whatever the case is. Okay, it's great that you can jump out of a plane. It's awesome that you can, you know, jump out of, you know, parachute off of a cliff with a motorcycle. Yay, you did the stunt. You survived because Xenu protected you. But at this point, it's just like, I just want a good movie. I just wanted to see that you can do the close-up shots of the gun, like you could do the gun training, you could do like some of the action sequences. But I'm not saying you got to come out here and beat Tom Cruise and then hold up production if you break your damn ankle because his ego is too damn big to let somebody else step in and do the stunt. But I'm also kind of glad that they're not doing a big budget. First of all, Blade does not need a big budget. All you need to do is you could shoot it in the UK, as like they said. You can just make it sort of like a John Wick with vampires. You can do the action, the vampires, you know, killing sequences. If you're going to make them turn to dust or whatever kind of effect you're going to use, those type of effects, I'm sure it's not expensive. And as long as we get a lot of vampires that look really cool with the makeup and all the other stuff, I feel like the fans will be okay. We're not going to be that upset about the whole situation. So I really hope that this scoop that Daniel RPK is floating around is actually true, because we want to definitely see a ruthless, badass, rough around the edges Blade back on our screens kicking butt, because you know what, it's been a long time. We haven't seen any really cool vampire stuff come out as of late. Like I told you, my favorite type of vampires are the ones that look like the 30 Days of Night vampires or the vampires from Blade 2. Like those are when the vampires look really cool. And I feel like, you know what, no shade to Robert Pattinson, we still mock you over the whole Twilight saga. But we like our vampires to be scary. We like our vampires to be feared, but they can also be sexy, but we don't want them glowing in the daylight. And to my how they love people. We want them out here sucking blood and doing martial arts, some John Wick type martial arts and gun fu. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on this whole Blade situation, do y'all believe this story that's coming out actually about the whole Blade situation. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Travis, he said they should cast Malik Yoba as the first viral lady was a bussy, but child. Oh, there was another thing too that they were talking about that at some point they might recast Blade, and it was like, oh well, they should keep him on board and have him be Whistler. First of all, I would be pissed off because like, no, oh, you trying to read me on my age? You gonna make me Whistler? I wasn't initially signed on to be Whistler, and I'm gonna get an EP thing so I get money off the back end. But you want me to play and watch this younger actor on the come up play the role that I was supposed to play, but y'all took too damn long and y'all aged me out? I would be tight. So I wouldn't do it. Because I've been seeing those clips of Tyler Perry's new show. I don't have high hopes for it, but I do question, was it good? Or does it look good? I doubt it is. I mean, it's a movie on Netflix. So I doubt it's gonna be good. Okay, so let's get into our final story in regards to like the horror movie news before we get to the other stuff that I know y'all waiting on. And let's talk about this new zombie movie. So we're gonna go from vampires to zombies. Because we did talk about a couple of months ago that there was a movie coming out called Queens of the Dead, which is being directed by George Romero's daughter. Damn, what was her name? That was my mistake. I didn't even write down what the girl name is. Queens of the Dead. Now I got a Google Schmoogle. That who the person that's gonna direct it? Wait, no, who was that? Child, now I look a mess up in here, not knowing who the girl is. Okay, Tina Romero, that's her damn name. So yeah, George Romero's daughter, Tina Romero, directed a zombie film that was supposed to be. I think they were talking about they were shooting it in Brooklyn, or it's going to take place in Brooklyn, or whatever the case was. But yeah, so this movie is supposed to be coming out. We're going to finally see some queers and some queens in a horror movie, which, you know, I love the fact that, you know, we're going to finally, I mean, there are a couple of movies that exist like Hellbent and things of that nature where you see they're queer centric, or as some people feel, A Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, Freddy's Revenge, is a queer coded horror movie. But I've always said for the long, and you know, Shudder has done their citations where they talk about the LGBTs in horror. And oh my God, speaking of which, it's Monday. I just realized I gotta watch Dragula. I gotta find out who was exterminated, because we don't know who was exterminated, and no spoilers because I ain't see it yet. But we gotta find out who was exterminated from last week, because we seen they was electrocuted and we just saw skull and bone. So I guess the only way we're gonna find out who survived is when they in the cauldron and the queens, the monsters is talking a mess, and then the survivor walks in and gags the girls and the gays. But anyway, so they basically said the cast, revealed by Deadline earlier this year, features Jaquel Spivey from Mean Girls, Katie O'Brien, Love Lies Bleeding, Margaret Cho from Fire Island, Bridget Lundy Payne from I Saw the TV Glow, and Cheyenne Jackson from American Horror Story. Now, co-written by Aaron Judge and Tina Romero, the movie follows a group of drag queens, club kids, and frenemies who must put aside their personal dramas and use their unique skills to fight the brain-thirsty undead when a zombie apocalypse breaks out in the night of a giant warehouse party. Now, this sounds right up my alley. I just hope that they have some good damn music that they're going to be putting up in there. And the fact that we're getting, you know, the gays having to put their drama aside. You got the girls, the gays, the drag queens, because here's the gag. A lot of the LGBTs don't really get along. So you show them up in a club situation and people got beef with each other like a scene out of the Warriors. Then we can basically get into that. And everybody's got to band together and fight this whole zombie apocalypse. So it might be cute or whatever. So they said others featured in the cast of the film from Vanishing Angle includes Nina West from RuPaul's Drag Race, Tomas Matos from Fire Island, Quincy Dunn Baker from No Hard Feelings, Becca Blackwell from Bros, Shawnette Renee Wilson from Black Panther, Dominique Jackson, aka Tyra A. Ross, you know, my girl, Miss you know, from the House of Abundance, Evangelista, Electra Evangelista, you know, she changed her name more times than Diddy on that damn show. Ricky Lindholm from Knives Out and Eve Lindley from Bros. So there's a couple of people from Bros and Fire Island up in there. But anyway, so Romero is a Brooklyn-based filmmaker whose short films Little Girl Blue and Rainbow Warrior and music videos have featured internationally at the Melbourne Film Festival, the Winnipeg Feminism Exhibition, and the Accolade Global Film Competition. Now, her feature script, The Lost Girls, was a finalist for the Sundance Screenwriters Lab. So she said that she cites her greatest influence in film in her life as being her father, who, directed, who was the godfather of zombies, as some people would say, George Romero, because Night of the Living Dead, Dawn of the Dead, Day of the Dead, not Army of the Dead. There was Land of the Dead. He did all the of the Dead movies. So George Romero is that dude in regards of like where a lot of people get the inspiration. And of course, Tom Savini did a lot of the makeup and stuff. I believe, especially in Dawn, what was it? I think it was Dawn of the Dead and a couple of them that George Romero, that Tom Savini worked on. Another icon who does like a lot of makeup and effects and all that other stuff. So I'm definitely looking forward to this. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they do this. And to me, I always feel like it's awesome to see, the LGBTs getting into horror and doing things of that nature. Because here's the thing. I feel like a lot of times, even though that the queer community is overlooked in that genre, a lot of queer people who feel ostracized and alone and stuff, they identify with a lot of the characters in these films. The final girl, which is why they love Sidney Prescott, why I think the gays love Gail Weathers more because she's the sassy one with the one-liners. But when you look at Scream, when you look at Laurie Strode, when you look at so many of the final girls, and they also identify with the monsters and the killers and things of that nature. So I feel like, and when we talk about like the Wolfman and Dracula and Frankenstein and things of that nature, I feel like the LGBTQIA plus community definitely identifies when we look at a lot of the creatures and things like that, we see a lot of ourselves in them. And which is why we hold them up and we consider a lot of the creatures, we consider, all the final girls, whatever, as our icons. So to see a movie actually geared towards a community where we can see ourselves in some of in some of these interesting characters, I feel like is a plus. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing this movie when it's done and released and we get a trailer. So I say, what do y'all think of this? Or are you kind of excited based off the cast of the photo in my assessment? What do y'all think? Do y'all want to see this film when it comes out? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so you said instead of drinking blood, maybe he can bust down booties. It's not that type of film. It's not a zombie porno. Cool. Bruce LaBruce, I believe, didn't he do a zombie porno film with Francois Sagat a million years ago? I forget what that movie was called, but yeah, Francois Sagat was in it, and I believe Bruce LaBruce directed it. It's funny how that all of a sudden came in my head. But anyway. All right, child, let's get into it. So the people's, that whole Madison Square Garden situation happened yesterday. Me personally, I don't understand why Donald Trump decided to do a rally at Madison Square Garden. You're not winning over New York. New York is fiercely Democratic, has been for 4 decades. So I do not see like where on this God green earth did he think that he was going to win over New York, especially when you have the absolute nerve to throw shade at Eric Adams on the panel yesterday. So yes, I happened to be at Madison Square Garden yesterday because I work there. So I was working in the bombs where everything was going down. It was pretty much for the most part smooth sailing. When I talk about now, the thing with the Trump supporters, like I kind of feel like that some of them, not all, get a bad rap. There were some people that I met yesterday were lovely. When there was some situations, they actually listened. But in regards of, and I feel like a lot of people who were showing up, maybe some of them don't take Trump seriously. I believe like some of them actually showed up to sit through that dreadful couple of hours of the speakers, because there was like 30 of them that came on before he even came on. I feel like a lot of them really were just there to get the photo op, to say they were in the room, to get a picture of them with the overhead shot of the camera with their phone camera of them with the stage behind them or whatever the case was, just to say they were there, and then they bounced, because people did do that. I know that we were talking about earlier that, there was expected 20,000 people. That is the capacity of how many you can fit in the garden. So those weren't Lies. The place was packed. So when people say that he didn't fill it up, I feel like because it's the world's most famous arena, it is the Garden, that was going to happen, that there were going to be a lot of people that showed up. And people was not shy to let you know they was a Trump supporter, that they were MAGA, and they were going to wear they red, white, and blue, and all that other stuff. Now, like I said, when it came to a lot of the people, I didn't have no issues with none of the guests. They weren't giving me attitude. They complied. They listened. So this is why I always say, like, when even on both sides, like Trump, we already know is an idiot. But when you have people out here going around, well, if you agree with everything, because even Dr. Phil said this, and this is what it disappointed me that he even showed up when he basically said that he's not political. But you picked a side yesterday when you came out on stage and you endorsed him with your little speech. And I definitely was like, okay, Dr. Phil's speech he gave, because he was like, well, we don't always agree with everything that someone says. However, we shouldn't hate on other people for having differences of opinion. So I was like, okay, now somebody here with some damn logical sense, maybe because he's a Virgo. So the Virgo was Virgoing on his part. But the fact of you sitting there and endorsing him made absolutely no sense. Tucker Carlson sounded like a damn idiot, per usual. Who else was there? Oh, child, I zoned out on JD Vance. I didn't even listen to what he was saying. He bored me to death. I was basically having more of a conversation with some of the guests and the security guard that I was working with versus listening to what a lot of them had to say up there anyway. The part with Tony Hinchcliffe, because we got to talk about him from the Kill Tony podcast. I did not hear when he said what he said about Puerto Rico. And I think it was because I actually went on break around that time. So one of the girls came in and relieved me from my area. So I didn't hear that part. I did hear all the other stuff he was saying. Like when he said, oh, we welcome, people with open arms. And he went, no. And then, of course, but I will tell you this, based off his jokes, the audience was not laughing. I was thinking maybe because we weren't serving alcohol. So I was like, thank God for that. Because who wants to sit through 10 hours of people talking, doing their little Hitler hate thing, for all these people coming out spreading lies and misinformation about Kamala Harris and politics and how they're going to take away your guns and your country and making comments about how trans people, I'm going to keep men out of women's sports, because they said that many a times last night, which is why I understand like some of the LGBT coworkers and things of that nature, and even some of my black coworkers was like, I'm not working this. But I was like, I don't care. I know who I am deep down. So I know I'm not voting for this man. I know how to separate. And I feel like that's maybe it's a new generation thing. I don't know. But I was raised to be like, you know what? You're going to deal with people in life that don't agree and align with things that you agree on. But I'm not letting nobody come between me and my coins. Never. So I know how to be respectful and cordial of situations, even if I don't agree with your politics. And if you don't agree with mine, that's fine. But I just respect the fact of what I believe, and I respect what you believe. And I almost felt sorry for a lot of the supporters, because I'm like, y'all been so brainwashed by these people. These people do not care about y'all. They sitting here feeding y'all a lot of fear mongering and a lot of all this other stuff just for attention. Like, they don't care about you. And the fact of you sitting there talking about why Kamala Harris didn't pass all these things. She had 4 years to do it. I'm like, she's not the president. I'm like, are y'all that stupid when you don't even realize that she's not the president? She does not make the decisions. This is all Biden. Now, I would have liked to have said, like, but I guess she can't read and throw shade at him too much, where she's like, oh, well, his policies are his policies and my policies is my policy. She can't go too much into that, because it's like she's still the acting vice president. So she can't go in too hard on certain things where she's denouncing a lot of his stuff. She has to toe the line. Whereas these other ones ain't got nothing to lose. So they can come out here and say and do whatever. But I know I had this haze on my face. I think it was just anxiety, and it was just stress, like a lot of stuff that was going on throughout the day. So like just making sure that things remain calm. But everybody was on their best behavior. First of all, I have to say this. Secret Service did a phenomenal job yesterday, because they took over the building. Like, it wasn't even, they had to make sure that all the I's was dotted, T's was crossed. This kind of makes me think that whole thing about what happened in Pennsylvania, that attempted assassination, I think that was all BS, because I was sitting there like, now, how come y'all had it airtight at the Garden? The NYPD, all this other stuff, even though Eric Adams basically rolled out the red carpet for this man. And then he still came out his mouth and insulted Eric Adams because he's a Democratic president or a Democratic mayor. But I'm like, but he doing the same ish that you doing, the fraudulent behaviors and things of that nature. And this is why I had to laugh when Laura Trump had the nerve to fix her plastic face to get up there and talk about he built the skyscrapers and all this other stuff and all the. I'm like, no, he didn't. Immigrants did. These same people y'all trying to keep out of the country because y'all trying to say that the borders is wide open. You basically are the ones. Y'all didn't build any of this stuff. Immigrants built these buildings. Have y'all not seen the show Warrior? How they were going in on the Asian people coming in, how the Irish and the Asians was fighting back in the 1920s and things of that nature. There's always been that underlining of racism. Black people built parts of this country. Irish people, Italians, a lot of the immigrants that came over for a better way of life. And I feel like that's the iteration that we need to keep driving. The immigrants that come here, they just want a better way of life. They just want to be able to live and not have to deal with the crazy fascist BS that's going on in their other countries. Now, yes, in any situation, there's always going to be somebody who slides in that's a criminal, that's got a record. But when somebody from Venezuela, who's a gang member, comes into the United States, their records don't come with them, not their police records. So how you going to know? So there's going to be people that come in and do the things, but they're not the only ones out here creating, doing sexual assaults, doing murders, doing all these crazy things. And he also had the nerve to say, if you burn the flag, he's going to push for a bill for you to get a year in jail. And he also said that if you are an immigrant and you come here and you kill an American, that you are going to get the death penalty. So this is what he's pushing for. But I didn't hear not one thing you said you was going to do in regards to policy and how you're going to push this policy. It was just a lot of fear mongering and all this other stuff. And a lot of it started with Tony Hinchcliffe, who opened the show with his lame ass jokes. And the funny thing was, not a lot of people laughed at his stuff. So it made me think that, and I worked 3 of his Kill Tony shows when he came to Madison Square Garden. He had like Joe Rogan and Andrew Dice Clay and a bunch of them. I think I told y'all about this when I worked that event a couple of months ago. But he didn't really do any of the jokes. He just sat at like a little panel and he lets people come up and, he has his line of comedians that comes up and do their jokes. Ooh, excuse me. And then he'll pick people from the audience that comes up and they do stand up, even if it's their first time or they've been doing it for a couple of months. He gives them the platform. So I like that about Kill Tony, the fact that he allows people to come up and, I love a crude joke. I love insult comedy. Y'all know I live when it's a funny joke. I say crude stuff on this show. However, you got to be clever in the way you deliver your jokes. And the things he said yesterday, opening, and the audience was uncomfortable. It's funny. You're in a room full of MAGA telling these jokes, and they're cringing at what you're saying. They didn't even laugh. Like maybe there was a couple of people that laughed because you already know. But for the most part, if you can't even sell these racist, ignorant jokes to a room of MAGA, these people that supposedly hate everybody who isn't white and male, then clearly you're not funny. And it goes to show that maybe you're only funny when people got liquor in their system. And thank the Lord we didn't sell it. Because then it just goes to show like, yeah, you just not like don't give, and then you get mad in a way because people aren't laughing at what you're saying, which is kind of like the clapback that he gave when AOC and a bunch of all of them kind of came at him for what he said. Oh, it's jokes. Oh, y'all can't take jokes because lib, blah. How they say shit libs and all that other mess. Y'all always want to weaponize and use that whenever somebody don't find what you say funny. No, the fact of the matter is a lot of you white comedians like to run around and say a whole bunch of BS and get mad because you feel like, oh, well, the word police and we're under attack because we can't say certain things. And it's like, it's not about whether or not you can say them. You can say whatever the hell you want. But the whole point is set up the joke where it's clever enough. There are many comedians out here who could tell an offensive joke about the gays, about women, about themselves. And I like people who are equal opportunity offenders. Lady Bunny does it all the time. Bianca Del Rio does it all the time. These are 2 drag queen comedians. With insult comics, and I've heard many insult comics, but you can't just deliberately come out and say that, well, let's get into what exactly he said. So, unfunny comedian Tony Hinchcliffe made crude jokes regarding Puerto Ricans at Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden. Jennifer Lopez, Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, and more have not only condemned his remarks, but have officially rallied behind Kamala Harris. And then, Bad Bunny even posted a video of, of Kamala Harris and this whole situation of him. Something I think it was, well, we'll get to it. So it said Bad Bunny, Jennifer Lopez, and Ricky Martin were among the prominent artists who showed support for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential campaign on Sunday, which was yesterday, after a speaker at a Donald Trump rally made a racist joke about Puerto Rico. Now, all three boosted a video from Democratic candidate pledging to do her best for the citizens of the island nation, following what CNN described as a Trump rally brimming with blistering anti-migrant rhetoric that ranks alongside the most flagrant and demagoguery. I was like, what kind of word is that? I had to think about it for a second. Flagrant demagoguery by a major figure in a Western nation since World War II. And what I didn't know, which gagged me, they told me Hitler played at the Garden. I was like, really? Well, first of all, this is before my time. So obviously, I wasn't born in the 1930s. But it was like, Hitler played the Garden, which makes perfect sense why Trump wanted to be there, because he does say that he wants to be him. And I didn't understand, like, why did he even play at the Garden? Just to say that you did it? Because who were you trying to reach out to at this point? Like, to me, when you look at Kamala Harris, she's going into swing state. She's trying to pull a lot of, and has succeeded, pulling a lot of Republicans over to the Democrat side because they don't want Trump and his fascist BS, clogging up the industry anymore. And take Mike Johnson 4-eyed ass with you when y'all lose. So I don't understand, like, what was the point of him doing it? Just to say that he did it? Because it's not like you moved the needle. It's not like you brought more people over to your side to get votes, which is what Kamala's been doing. She's been going into the Lions Den. She went on Fox News and a bunch of other places to bring in that audience over to her side that don't agree with a lot of what the MAGA people believe. That y'all want it to be a nation just of what? White folks? So the rest of us can't have a job? And we got to align ourselves with your little hate train. Otherwise, we should all be deported. First of all, I was born here, so y'all not getting rid of me. And my family, on my mother's side, Native Americans, living on a reservation. So if anybody land is the indigenous folks. So if y'all really want y'all history, white people, y'all ain't even supposed to be in America. Quiet as it's kept. So, but it's like, y'all don't know y'all history and why would you? Because, we have a government of idiots who are doing whatever it is that they can to pull history out of school. Well, y'all don't want nobody learning anything about Black people or even recently Native American people. There was somewhere in Texas where I think they pushed the bill to label Native American history as fiction. So indigenous people being murdered and their land being stolen by a Spaniard by the name of Christopher Columbus is not true. Y'all want that to be labeled as fiction? So they're trying to erase all of history from our schools and want it to just be, in so many ways, it seems like a white nationalist nation. And I guess the fact of him being a part of, performing at Madison Square Garden, he just wants to be like, just to say he performed there. But it's like, you didn't move the needle. You just had all this hype. You got all these people excited to come see you. And it was just like, I feel like a lot of times his supporters look at him as like he's doing a stand-up comedy special. Only it's just the jokes aren't landing. He just rambles, and he definitely rambled. Because he started getting into his little thing, and then all of a sudden he started rambling and calling, low IQ Kamala and all that other mess. So Hinchcliffe, who was one of the nearly 30 speakers who warmed up the crowd for twice impeached former President Trump, also made other racist and sexist jokes about Latinos. Basically said they love making babies. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside just like they did to our country, as well as racist jibes about his Black buddies who he carved watermelons with, and an anti-Semitic joke about how Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. And there was a lot of Hasidic Jews up in there. I'm surprised they weren't outraged. But y'all was up in there. Y'all couldn't wait until, they started talking about Israel this and Israel that, how y'all held y'all flags up high. But you didn't object to what this guy was saying. And the fact that Trump's people don't believe in y'all, don't even like y'all. And here's the thing. When they sit up here talking about Joe Biden hates Jewish people and Kamala Harris can't stand Jewish people was a damn lie, because Joe Biden sent $3 billion to Israel so y'all could drop bombs on Palestine. So what the hell are you talking about? And then You talking about that her relationship isn't real with her husband because she kissed him with a mask on. But I'm like, did we not see that awkward kiss that you gave your wife who introduced you to the stage last night? Look at the video. I saw it in real time, but y'all can go back and watch the video and see how awkward it was. She can't stand that man. He must have raised her coin intake for the month by begging her to show up to the show. And the audience ate it up. They loved all of it. They loved all the pomp and circumstance and all that stuff. Even Hulk Hogan coming out with the flag and his old ass with all them arms he got couldn't even rip his shirt. Remember how he used to do back in the day with wrestling? When he ripped the shirt open, he couldn't even do it. I'm sitting there laughing while I'm watching it. So, but I was trying to remember what is it that he actually said that about the floating country and all that other stuff? The island of filth or something like that. So you basically just called it like, no, it was filthy. The basically saying that Puerto Rico was filthy. But I do have the video of what Kamala said, and we'll get back to the rest of the story.
Foster economic growth and create thousands of new, good-paying jobs in Puerto Rico, including for our young people. And I know that Puerto Rico's economic future depends on urgently rebuilding and modernizing the island's energy grid. That's why I will cut red tape, ensure disaster recovery funds are used quickly and effectively, and work with leaders across the island to ensure all Puerto Ricans have access to reliable, affordable electricity. I will never forget what Donald Trump did and what he did not do when Puerto Rico needed a caring and a competent leader. He abandoned the island, tried to block aid after back-to-back devastating hurricanes, and offered nothing more than paper towels and insults. And now Donald Trump promises to be even more extreme. Nonprofits and community leaders to foster economic growth and create thousands of new, good-paying jobs. Talking about using the military against his political enemies and being a dictator on day one. Puerto Ricans deserve better. As president, I will always fight for you and your families. And together, we can turn the page and chart a new and a joyful way forward to a future where everyone can not just get by, but get ahead. I thank you, and please take care.
Okay, so then one person in the comments says, so Trump making disparaging comments about Mexicans, Black Americans, Haitians, women, and many more groups wasn't enough for people to realize how despicable this has been. This is a fun out phase, and I'm sad for our country. And that's why I don't understand, like, from yesterday, now we're in 8 days before the election. And this stunts and stuff that they're pulling, and the fact that we had, like, I saw Black people, Puerto Ricans, or probably many different ethnicities, Latinos that were in the room. I've seen Asian people up in there. I've been seeing all these different demographics, and you going in the silo. What are you hoping to accomplish by being in a room with people who wouldn't spit on you if you were on fire? This is basically what I just want to know as a human being. Now, I'm sure, like I said before, because I spoke to some of the Trump supporters, I was, dealing with a lot of stuff last night. I had no issues with people. There was a lot of really nice people and stuff in there. I don't know what the reason why they support and they like why they all the things what he does. Do they feel like maybe the world is changing and they don't like the fact that they're being exposed to a lot of things? Because I definitely saw people giving standing ovations when he said that he was going to keep men out of women's sports, and how Kamala is going around giving free surgeries to trans people. I didn't know that was going. I'm like, they give it like, so trans people can go line up and get they surgery for free. If that was the case, we'd hear about it. The line be around the block with the amount of trans people we hear in the media, and many of the trans stories this was going on. But this man pulls a lot of stuff out of his ass, and that's a big ass because I seen it up close, a wide back and a big ass. And then just up there saying all kinds of crazy stuff. But yeah, so I was like, what did Tony say? He said there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. I think it's called Puerto Rico. And so today, I saw that they're trying to distance themselves from what he said. But y'all you had plenty of time to distance yourself because Tony went on around 2:30, 2:45. I think that's around the time that it started. And Trump was supposed to go on around 5, I believe, 5:30. I think it was 5 o'clock he was supposed to go on. That was according to my notes. Trump didn't go on until about, what time did he go on? Because it was like literally, I think he was up there for 90 minutes because I left around 9 o'clock. So I think he went on around 7:15. He went on around 7:15, was done by 8:30. After that, it took us literally like 10-15 minutes to get everybody out. So, and I already came in my uniform because I didn't want to deal with a lot of the chaos and the crowds and the bags being searched thoroughly and all this other mess. So I came in my uniform in the morning after working the Rangers game the night before. So I was like, I'm gonna just come in my uniform, wear a jacket, and then just show up and then just go through the thing. And they took my water bottle because I brought on a metal water bottle, but luckily it was there when I left because one of the Secret Service, this is why I don't know if I iterated that because I think I was talking about the protesting on both sides, that there was, the Secret Service guy that searched me, he basically was just like, I understand y'all work here and all this other stuff, but they have to, they have to be real strict with a lot of the stuff. He said, the water, it'll be here when you get back. And when I left, it was there. And first of all, he was fine as hell. It was a black man with hazel eyes and body for days. So I was like, first of all, he could have told me anything and I would have been like, But nevertheless, I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave it there. And, and then that was that. But hold on, because I was like, for those of you who probably don't even know who Tony is, that's him right there, the little skinny thing. First of all, he looked exhausted. Like you was looking like you were tired, screwed, withered, and delayed. So yeah, a lot of people came out. And so, because I want to hurry up and wrap this up. But then again, it's like, I knew this was going to be a long one because while I'm breaking down this story, I'm giving you all an inside situation because I told you I was there. And I don't think I'm saying anything relatively crazy or bad with it because this is stuff that y'all heard from the news. And another thing, while he kept pandering into my fake news and all this other stuff, and everybody would stand up and boo and give their middle fingers and all this other stuff, I was next to the media. So I was in the area where I was up close. I was watching, I could see them as they were doing their reports and all this other stuff and interviewing some of the people. And I think at one point, Don Jr. did come out, he did speak to the media, but I think he only went to Fox News. That was off on the far right. So after that, he didn't go and speak to them because, they only stick to the rivers and the lakes. They only stick to their own people. He doesn't, his father doesn't have the balls to go on other networks and actually have a conversation with people who don't agree with him. And that's not a world I want to live in. I don't want to live in, it's my way or no way at all, that the whole world has to comply and bow down to whatever it is you say. You are not a king, which his son did say the king is returned. Don Jr., the cokehead, he did say that. Allegedly, he said all that. And that was another thing too. Y'all have to have a special kind of, I don't know how they have this kind of energy to be doing all these speeches and stuff, because after yesterday, I was exhausted. I even woke up this morning and I had a good night's sleep. I woke up and I was still tired. Like, I feel like I need another day to recover. I don't know how these people could do this all the time with that. Y'all must got some good damn drugs. So they said the racist comment immediately galvanized the trio of Puerto Rican artists, with Bad Bunny reposting a video message, which I just played you guys. And they said that and with that whole situation, the whole thing about Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, a new report revealed that the Trump administration obstructed an investigation into why officials withheld $20 billion in hurricane relief from PR following Maria. So this is what they need to be out here reminding people, is the fact that he withheld that money. This was under his administration. And then talk about the economy was good when he was running things. And I was like, yeah, the first 2 years because it was Obama, but because it was Obama's plan, you wanted to let it go to crap because you don't like him. So you want to just ruin and destroy all the work that he put in for subsequently 8 years, which this coon had the nerve to fix his mouth and say Obama did absolutely nothing on an episode of The Young Turks that I was watching. This is why I had to block them officially, because they've been radicalized, especially that bitch that works on there, Anna. I can't stand her ass. Because now she over here making little racist, disparaging comments, because apparently now her ass need to get out here and grift because she has nothing going for her and nobody's paying attention to them over at the Young Turks. There's this one guy that works over there. at TYT, and it's not Jank, it's not the other ones, that I've been watching his clips. He actually is the more sensible one. I can't remember his name. Maybe y'all could drop it in the comments. But it's a white guy, but he's been up on there making more sense on that damn channel than them other two. I feel like they just out here grifting and being radicalized. And I heard at one point Jank tried to run for president. I'm like, for what? You like Jill Stein, your ass ain't never gonna get in the White House. So I don't know why y'all wasting your time and your energy and your money, if you're even using your money. So now they say, in addition to Bad Bunny start sharing a message with his 45 million, damn, he got that many Instagram followers. They said his Instagram followers, 45 million of them. Martin also boosted that, as in Ricky Martin, boosted the Harris video into his nearly 90 million followers on his IG stories, adding the message, I remember at Kamala Harris, as did Lopez, who reposted to her 250, damn. Okay, well, she got all of y'all beat. She got 250 million people following her. But why can't she turn that into music sales? Ooh, let me not. This is the one time I'm going to try not to read Hennifer. You getting spared today, sis. So this is whose repost of her 250 million IG followers include links to Harris's socials, as well as a hands clapping emoji, saying Martin also claimed that his post on Twitter with similar content was being suppressed on the platform. Well, of course, because Elon Musk owns it. And he was there too, sounding like the fool. Because when he got up there, he actually got up there before Melania, and he introduced her, and then she introduced her husband. But he got up there, first of all, he ran out on the stage looking like it was giving that, looked like the big doofus that he is. He is not, well, y'all think he ugly on camera? He ugly in person. And look old, tired, worn out, ran through. Quiet as it's kept, the government need to investigate him for all the things he be doing. Maybe that's why he aligning himself with you know who so much. I'm gonna start calling I'm gonna start stealing for Whoopi Goldberg and calling him you know who too. So before I forget, because they also had somebody else who got up there and said something. Let me put that picture up there so y'all get to see Ricky Martin, Hennifer, and Benito. His cute little son. Is he still with Miss Jenner? What's up? Kendall Jenner? I don't think he's with her anymore. But anyway, neither here nor there. So now Despacito star NPR native Luis Fonsi reposted the Hinchcliffe video on his stories with the message, "Are you serious?" Of course he is. Why would y'all be surprised? And the funny thing is, not a lot of people know who Tony is, because I didn't even know who he was when I worked the show. But I heard he was like a popular podcaster, like he does crude comedy and all this other stuff. So that's how I heard of him. But he's very popular in America. Like a lot of people like his show. But I'm guessing because he's kind of like in the Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn type of space where, that's the type of comedy they do for, frat white boy types. Like those are the ones who like his type of comedy. So, yeah, he said, are you surprised that this is how people like them think? But I guess this is what happens when you try to mix politics with entertainment. It doesn't mix unless you're a political comedian like a Jon Stewart, who I just heard is going to be staying with The Daily Show until 2025. So I'm glad he's coming back, because I've always said that, Jon Stewart, I know you want to go off and do different things and all that other stuff, but you are that show. Trevor Noah, you did what you did, but Jon Stewart is The Daily Show. Okay, so now he also went on to say, I understand comedy. I'm a big part of it. He wrote, I love roasts. Trust me, I get it, but this is far from comedy. Now, not against my island, Puerto Rican flag emoji, my people, hell no. Nah. And like I said, you could tell an insult comedy, and that's why I love that he said that. He said, I'm a big fan of comedy. I love roasts. We get that, but you have to be clever with the reads. You have to be clever with the roasts. And this new generation, y'all wouldn't know a roast if somebody put it in the oven, took it out, and slapped you upside the face with it. So then Fonsi also said it's okay to have different views, but racism is not acceptable. Absolutely. So he says, we are not okay with the constant hate. It's been abundantly clear that these people have no respect for us, and yet they want our vote. And a lot of them will show up pandering to them because y'all got that. We call it for the black folk cooning. What they call it for Latinos? When y'all be out here cooning and buffooning for these people that, like I said, wouldn't spit on y'all if you was on fire. I don't understand. Y'all thinking because you look a certain way that you can assimilate into the thing that at the end of the day, these people won't remind you of what you are. I don't care if you married a white man tomorrow and vice versa. If you was a white man, maybe you was a Latino or a black man marrying a white woman. The minute they call you out your name, oh, hell no. Those are fighting words. We going at it. I get wrapped to those that disrespect me like a dame, in the words of Queen Latifah. They said, we are not okay. Well, he said, we are not okay with this constant hate. It's been abundantly clear that these people have no respect for us, and yet they want our vote. I purposely wrote this in English because, yes, we're American too. And last time I checked, Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. Maybe if y'all stop banning things, y'all would know your damn history. Stop banning books. Actually read one. Shit, if you don't like reading books, get you a Audible, a Kindle, do one of those. The shocking comments from Hinchcliffe at the Trump rally, where CNN reported Republican candidate Trump and his MAGA surrogate spewed racist, vulgar attacks at Harris and Democrats, came 9 days before Americans go to the polls, and just few after Trump's former chief of staff, retired Marine General John Kelly, said the former reality TV star fits into the general definition of a fascist and frequently praised Nazi leader Adolf Hitler. It also comes as both Harris and Trump are spending precious time and money in the waning hours of the campaign to win over voters in the crucial swing state of Pennsylvania, where nearly 500,000 Puerto Ricans live, representing the third largest PR diaspora in the U.S. Now, while the quartet of PR-born superstars did not explicitly endorse the Harris campaign in their posts, the show of support for Democrats vying to the first woman and person of Asian American descent to become president comes as both campaigns have been laser focused on trying to win over crucial voting blocks, including Black and Hispanic men. And this is what I said, I am truly of the school of when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And this man has countlessly showed you who he is. He showed you who he represents. And like I told you, Trump came out, this is like literally give or take 4.5, 5 hours after, because I believe the rally started at 2:30. Trump didn't come out until about 7:15. So you had 5 hours to condemn what this boy said. However, a lot of the people that came out and was saying a lot of the racist, anti-immigrant rhetoric, you didn't go against it because you were in the bubble with your people. The people that will comply to whatever you say and do regardless. There was one boy in my section that had a volunteer shirt on, and I swear to Christ, he was a plant. Literally reminded me, because he had red hair and everything, reminded me of Malachi from Children of the Corn, like kept jumping up, then all this other stuff and trying to get them the audience to get riled up. At points they jumped up and they got in. At points they were looking at him like, boy, if you don't sit your ass down, like it literally got to that in the point. And I kept saying, I swear to Christ, I believe this boy is a plant in my damn section, because I didn't even know the volunteers was allowed to sit in there, because I had a couple of them that came in that were like, oh, we just wanted to stand and see. And it's like, no, when it comes to being in and out, you got to either be in, you got to find a seat, or you got to go somewhere else. You can't stand up in the stairwell. It's a fire hazard. It's dangerous. We can't just have people blocking the walkways and stuff. So it was a lot. And I said, look, child, I don't know how these people could do all the things that they be doing and having that kind of energy. It's a lot of energy to burn. So, and trust and believe, I'm trying to get my good battery back and rejudge myself from the situation. But I say all this to say, but I hope I gave y'all enough. But I gave y'all enough without going too in, because I don't want to give too much into like go deep into the thing. I just wanted to respond to basically what they were saying in this article and my overall experience. It's like, we already know the man is trash and these people do not care about these people. I just feel sorry for a lot of the supporters who are following this man and doing so many risky things when he and his people were not spitting up. They try to act like they were, I don't understand. Like, they had all these billionaires and people like Dana White and somebody, and it was great to see them because I'm a UFC fan, but to see like Dana White and Dr. Phil and all these people with billions of dollars and Elon Musk, all these people get up there and support and try to act like they relate to regular people who I understand are hurting. There are people out here who are like, rent is too damn high. Mortgage rates is crazy. The gas is going up. Food is expensive. There's so many things that we're stressed out about, and I get it. But if y'all think this man is going to solve the problem when he has failed at everything, don't I have like the list of things that I believe I do, of things that he's failed at? There's 91 criminal charges, 26 SA allegations, 6 bankruptcies, 5 draft deferments, 4 indictments, 2 impeachments, 1 convicted company, 1 fake university shutdown, 1 fake charity shutdown, $25 million fraud settlement, $5 billion SA verdict, and $2 million charity abuse judgment, and a partridge in a bear trade. So, what are y'all thinking? Like, y'all really think this is the man that's going to change things? He didn't change things. The 4 years he was. It's not like this is the first time he's been in office. He's done this already. Been there, done that, wore the t-shirt, done absolutely nothing. And then I find it funny that he's going up in there saying, well, Kamala Harris, so much she's going to build and put billions of dollars in all these houses. I believe that Tucker Carlson, long, fat chin ass, loose chin behind, said that. And he's like, she's never built a house in her life. Neither has Trump. I told you, immigrants built this city, New York. It wasn't no Trump. You just put your name on the damn building and rent out your name for a fee. That's basically what you've done. You don't own anything. You just basically rent out your name like a prostitute. And so I don't understand how y'all thinking. What is it? This idea of like, the billionaire idea, which we heard like one of the guys who was the marketing person behind The Apprentice created this monster that a lot of y'all are worshiping. But I feel like when we say these things and we tell y'all the truth behind who this man is, oh, you're liars, or you're anti, you're this, or you're that. So you know what? You're going to believe what you want to believe. You're going to be in the bubble. You're going to live in a silo. You're going to be, radicalized. You've already been, brainwashed. And it's like, you can't help those people. But those who are ready to unplug from the matrix, there's still time. There's 8 days that y'all can do that. So, I say all this to say, from this long-winded story, which of course it had to be because of all the tea I was spilling, as somebody who was in the situation. What do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, and I see based on the comments, there's a lot. Let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so let me scroll up. Oh, Onyx, how are you doing? They said that what's crazy is that Trump was winning the Latino vote. So, yeah, he did. And that's why they screwed up, because you allowed that to happen. And it's funny, it's like the media was literally in the room. Every media conglomerate within eye line, like the same eye line I had, because I told you I was next to the media box. So on the 6th floor, because that's where, like I said earlier, where the commoners go, because apparently Madonna is sitting with the commoners when she went to the Billie Eilish concert. I said, yeah, like, because her ass wasn't standing up. That's why she sat with them. But first of all, the 100s is a good spot too. Don't act like them seats is cheap, because they not. Trust me when I tell you. But you literally had the media in it, what you referred to as fake. And I realized there's certain buzzwords they would drop to get the audience riled up. And it's like, these people are programmed. Like, just watching brainwashing happening in real time, I was fascinated. And that's why I worked the show too, because I could have been like my other coworkers and called out and complained or whatever the case was, but I was like, I want to be in the bubble. I want to see how this whole shit operates and just take it all in and observe it, because that's how we Virgos are. We like to sit and watch and observe, and then we break it down in our head. Then we put the pieces back together, and then we spill the tea. And I was just fascinated by the whole situation of the way that these politicians were just up there running their mouth and spewing the BS that they was coming out of. Like, y'all, any of y'all are relatable in any of this stuff. Can relate to regular people. Like, Kamala is someone that literally worked hard to get wherever. You may not agree with her policies and all of this stuff, but she literally did work hard to get where she needed to get in the world. And the fact that people that she continues to be discredited, low IQ, Kamala, and all of this stuff, and it's like, are you damn? And then had the nerve to sit up here and say, isn't it great that isn't it refreshing to have someone up here who doesn't have to resort to a teleprompter? Yeah, because you just pulling shit out your ass, rambling about things falling from the sky. Like, he was rambling about, I'm like, what is he talking about? I was like, when is this over? My feet was killing me. Luckily, I had worn my back brace, because I was like, I know if I'm standing up this whole time, my back is going to be killing me. And so I was like, I made sure that I had all the things on, so I was going to be like falling apart. You said, looks like this election's October surprise will be last night's racist speech. Oh, was he? You said Vinny Guadagnino was there? Ciao. Was he incognito? I mean, if he was, he couldn't have been front row because I believe the first 2 rows were reserved. But if he was there, especially when he's someone who says he likes black women. Oh, so what? It's like, are you like Bill Maher when it comes to, liking black women, that they're only good for you sticking your peen in? But when it comes to issues, the first thing, the word that come out your mouth is the N word. I'm gonna have to look that up. Hold on. Oh, yeah, you said that Vinny Guadagnino shows support for Donald Trump while attending MSG rally. And he posted it on social media. Aren't you an idiot? Yeah, because I'm reading it because it said, "Tell me it's not true," wrote one disappointed fan after the Jersey Shore star also showed support for speakers Robert F. Kennedy. I didn't hear when Robert F. Kennedy spoke. I did hear somebody when I was coming back because I took 2 breaks yesterday. And I was sitting there trying to figure out. I was like, "Who voice is that? Like, who is that talking?" When it sounded like they got like 8 frogs in their damn throat, and then when I came out, I was like, who was that? And then they told me who it was. But yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy came out. I didn't see Tulsi Gabbard. I think that was on a break, whatever. But I did see Dr. Phil. I saw Elon Musk. I didn't. Vivek, I was surprised at how tall he is in person. It's funny when you look at certain people, it's like, oh, they look, you see people on TV and then you see them in person. But yeah, that's definitely disappointing. If Vinny is out here supporting Donald Trump, you are a clown and a loser. And I feel like you're going to lose a lot of fans off of this, but I guess it's a risk he's willing to take. And if that's what you want to do, sir, then ain't no stopping. Like I said, I may not agree with certain things of people, but if that's what you want to endorse, then that's what you align yourself with. And if you want to get, lose out on situations, go ahead and align yourself with the enemy, because that's exactly what that man is. And you said, speaking of token MAGA, Candace Owens was banned from doing horror strip. Well, could they ban Chris Brown from doing South Africa? There's still time after, especially after that documentary came out yesterday on him on HBO Max, and they said jokes usually offend someone. Was that Trump lawyer Diddy bopping her way to the stage? Might have been. I remember if his lawyer was there. There was so many people up in there, and one of the girls that relieved me yesterday, pretty little girl, she was like, "I don't know who any of these people are." I said, "Keep it that way." She was like, "I don't know who any of these people are that's up here speaking." Quiet as it's kept. I didn't really know a lot of them either, but luckily, because I'm in politics, we talk about politics and I get involved in certain situations, I know some of the people. I didn't know everybody that was up there. And they had some business people up there. Say, "Oh yeah, Giuliani's stupid ass getting up there looking like Magilla Gorilla, hunching because he old. It took him a minute to get up and down them steps." Had the nerve up in here spreading propaganda talking about Palestinian children are taught at age 2 to kill Jews. And I'm like, and he said that many a times. And I'm like, that's a lie. But if that's the truth, then how come in America we giving little white boys guns out in Texas and Midwestern and southern states? Because that's part of the culture. So we're going to sit up here and talk about what they doing over there and spreading lies and misinformation. Why are we talking about the gun epidemic that we have in the United States, where most of the mass shootings ain't happening in, Chicago, New York? I mean, we do get murders and things that happen here. But for the most part, you don't hear about no mass shootings in Brooklyn. You don't hear about school shooting drills in the Bronx. You don't. You hear about a lot of that in Kansas, Wisconsin, Texas, Florida, where I said, well, y'all want to talk about, this island of filth. Last time I checked, I could have sworn that was Florida. How you gonna sit up here and talk about that's Puerto Rico? Now that's one place y'all need to saw off and leave out in the damn ocean like the Titanic. Or when it was on that piece of wood Rose was holding on to. That's what y'all need to do. 200 Washington Post cancellations. Oh, 200,000. Well, because Jeff, as Sebastian Maniscalco would say, Jeff Bezos. I was like, that how you say his last name? Won't support Kamala. But they talking about, oh, well, some people are canceling their Amazon Prime subscription. I'm like, first of all, I'm sorry, y'all just going to have to hate my guts, but I'm not getting rid of Amazon. First of all, I be getting so many discounts in regards to my deliveries. So y'all just gonna have to hate my guts. I'm not gonna look if at this point we get rid of so many things, ain't gonna be nothing left. I'm gonna have to be doing things with smoke signals because y'all be sitting here and talking about, oh well, that means I gotta get rid of my Apple phone too. I'm not going back to Android. You out your damn mind. So I'll protest in my own other ways. But if we get rid of everything, we ain't gonna have shit. Do you know that in your hometown of Brownsville, they are allowing you to vote without showing an ID? That well, they need to fix that because I don't like the whole without showing ID because I did hear there was a story earlier and damn, I forgot where it was. It might have been Wisconsin, whatever. That one of the voting boxes for people who did early voting was set on fire. And I'm like, why would y'all leave that exposed for people to do stuff? Especially when this is a crucial, whatever side y'all decide to vote, this is the most crucial voting situation of our lifetime. Whichever way the pendulum swings. So why would y'all leave stuff out in the open for something to be burned up? You said most supporters like Trump because they're scared of change and progression. Well, absolutely, that's exactly what I agree with. That's not agree. Well, yeah, I agree with it, and that's what I observed too. Like I feel like that a lot of people don't align and agree with because, like I told you, I spoke to a couple of Trump supporters yesterday, and a lot of them were, I didn't have the people that I was dealing with. I had no problems with. A lot of them listened, a lot of them complied. So I feel like sometimes. And that's what I always tell y'all. There's the Matrix and there's the real world. It's like when I talked about the Barbs. A lot of people sit and generalize the Barbs, but when I worked Nicki's concert and I spoke with a lot of the Barbs, a lot of them are not like the people that you get on the internet. So this is why I always say, like, y'all can't go in and believe every little thing that people say because they generalize. And a lot of people who aren't in the bubble will tell you one thing. But I'm going to sit up in here and tell y'all everything. I don't give a damn. But I do feel like when it comes to people, they don't like change. They don't like progression. So when you say certain things, you play into the fear mongering. Well, I'm going to keep men out of women's sports. And one of the security guard was like, how are you going to do that? Like, he didn't understand what that meant. And I'm like, I guess what he was saying that keeping men who transition into women out of women's sports because they're saying it's an unfair advantage. But when you word it, I'm going to keep men out of women's sports. That gets people riled up, and people got up and applauded. It was a lot of incel men that got up and did it. But I'd be like, y'all the same ones that trust and believe. If y'all was driving around, you low key be trying to get them trans girls up in your vehicle, off in a dark little corner, getting your knob slobbed. Trust and believe, because we know the type. And it ain't just the trans; it's the gays too. You said that he arrived at Madonna time. So first of all, how did he get in the front row unless it was a reserved seating? Because the thing with the garden, and y'all probably don't know this, but it's already done. So I can tell y'all this. Because it was free and because that it was, general admission, for each floor, people got wristbands. Except there was some that had like the special badges, and we sent them to like 111. Well, it was supposed to be one. It was supposed to be another area, but they were all filled up. And for some reason, somebody kept sending them to my section, was pissing me off. And I wanted to find out who kept doing that. They was like, oh, they sent them to 120, 121. I'm like, who is sending them over here? Because I don't have the space. Number one. And so I was like, okay, so like from 111 to 119, because I was like, don't go to 120, because 120 was my area. So I was sending them to the other place, or on the right. Go in there, see if y'all can find a seat. Because if you show up late and they can accommodate y'all, why are you not communicating this? Y'all throwing this stuff off on me, and now I'm having to deal with the aftermath and the mess. But luckily, I'm good and I'm quick on my feet, where I can make things in a situation and talk to people in a way that they don't get pissed off or whatever the case is. Apparently, I have the gift, along with the gift of gab, I have a way of soothing situations. It might be years of experience running his mouth, but So then, so each floor had wristbands. So the fifth floor, basically, that would be the floor, first come, first served, and besides the reserved seating, they had green wristbands. On the sixth floor, which was the floor I was on, yellow wristbands. And it had it on there, so you could tell. Eighth floor I don't remember which one was for 7, but which had the suites and things. The 8th floor had purple, and I know up on the bridge they pretty much had like silver and white or whatever the case was. And I know some people was going higher. They were trying to be slick and come up in my bomb so they could watch. I was like, y'all gotta go. Unless you got a seat up in here, y'all need to leave. So I wasn't playing that because I was trying to keep my stuff copacetic. So yeah, so I'm assuming that he was on the list and probably had a reserved seat, because if he showed up late, as you said, on Madonna time, and it wasn't general seating, there was no way that he could have gotten close enough to the stage unless it was reserved. Well, Kalani's in the building saying, hey. And so I truly wonder what the Republican Party is going to look like. That's what, you want to know something? I was literally thinking that yesterday. Greater minds. I was like, so what is, like, with them, with the spewing of the Hitler and the hatred, the racism and the transphobia and all that other stuff, what is going to happen when Trump loses? What is the Republican Party going to look like? How is the Republican Party going to repair itself? Because at this point, it's in shambles. It's been destroyed. The old guard of Reaganomics and all the other stuff no longer exists. It has literally become Trumpism, where it's just hate and vitriol. This is the way people look at the Republican Party now. And the Democrats, y'all need to figure out what y'all going to do too. So y'all can sit up out here and sing your little songs and do your kumbayas and all this other stuff and be horrible at communicating the things that you've done, which y'all need to do a better job at. I do hope that with Kamala Harris presidency, that she can progressively usher a new regime, because I feel like regardless of the sides, the way the Republicans operate no longer is, it's shifted, it's changed. And I feel like the old guard is gone. And I feel like y'all need to adapt, because the old generation, y'all are dying off. So the younger generation who's coming in, things are shifting, things are changing on both sides. So yes, what is it going to look like in 2028? And I'm sure that JD Vance is trying to position himself. He has no personality though. Nikki Haley's a damn clown. I wouldn't trust her with anything in life, because she's a flip-flopping ass bitch, in the words of Beyoncé. And don't even get me started on the throat goat, because he sound, not that he's sucking a dick, but he sound like a goat is in his throat when he talks. Robert F. Kennedy. So, you said I also heard the founder of Death. Oh yeah, he did. And I was like, wait a minute. When he said that, I'm like, when they said the founder of Death Row, I said, wait a minute, they got Suge Knight out of jail? And that's when the guy that I was working with laughed. But they said, oh yeah, so yeah, he definitely spoke. And then the funny thing was, they were playing hip hop music and stuff. And I'm like, are they supposed to be playing All I Do Is Win No Matter What for Laura Trump to come out or whatever? And she was like, oh, I wore my jacket to I think it was her. She said, I wore my jacket to piss off Hillary, and it had it was like red, white, and blue. It was like glitter and stuff on it and said MAGA. I'm like, first of all, y'all have the worst taste in clothes. A lot of y'all clothes is tacky as hell. It looks tired. It looks stupid. Like y'all literally like a bunch of damn clowns with that red, white, and blue. And I love America, but y'all bastardized this damn, with these fashions and stuff. And you said Trump is currently predicted to win all battleground states except for Pennsylvania and Michigan. This would give him 278. Well, he did say that we need to get a whole bunch of votes, so we need to sweep the whole situation. And he was rallying, he was rambling. He was ramping up or amping up the audience. So it was I guess in so many ways what I was feeling, another insurrection. I feel like he was riling enough people up to do that. And I would not be surprised if that volunteer that was in my section will be front on the line, willing to give his life for a man who would not spit on him if he was on fire. And I was looking at him like, damn, where are your parents? Do they not love you, sir? Because you said, as I said in my video, Trump supporters do so not because it's the right thing to do. They do it because to them, it's the white thing to do, falling for the centuries long. And yeah, absolutely. That's exactly the energy that I got when I was there yesterday. he ain't no damn pro-Israel. He was full of shit last night when he was saying all of that. And then basically saying that Kamala Harris is anti-Israel. And that's why I said, first of all, Biden gave $3 billion to Israel to drop bombs on Palestine. So what are you talking about? That they're not for Israel? If anything, they're more for Israel. They basically just smack Netanyahu on the hand while he continues to do the criminalities that he's been doing. They're not really going in on him, but that's his campaign. That's not her campaign. And that's why I was laughing yesterday, because they were, well, she had 4 years to do all this other stuff. Why didn't she do it? Because she's not the president. She is the vice president. But the fact, though, when you see a woman of color, and that was another thing that Tucker Carlson fat ass said yesterday, that about her, talking about, I don't know what her race is, she's Samoan, whatever. I said, now here we go with the racist thing. And this is why I don't understand how we have colored folk in there kicking and laughing like this mess was funny. But I realized a lot of them, oh, he ain't talking about me. Yes, the fuck they are. I don't know why you think that they not. And you said, Onyx, that's a lie. Independents are voting for Kamala, plus MAGA isn't growing. It's only Bible Belt. No, it's not growing. And I feel like there's some people that were from those Bible Belt states, like Mississippi or North Carolina and all those type of places. They were traveling, because he even mentioned this yesterday. There are people that are traveling around like a Madonna concert. You know how some of them hardcore fans be traveling to each show. A lot of them been traveling with these rallies. So the people are basically putting so much behind this man and hyping up the crowd and all that other stuff. So I truly feel like this is what they're doing in regards to this. So I don't feel like his base isn't growing. He's only talking to his base. Just like I said, like he's only going to places like I said before, I don't even understand why he's even doing New York. You're not going to flip New York red. It's going to be blue. It's been blue for decades. Now, we could sit up here and talk about how some of the people that run a lot of these, lean Republican, or you can talk about Long Island and Staten Island, all those other places, which, sidebar, we should not be surprised that Vinny Guadagnino was there, because he's from Staten Island. I'm sure there's a lot of people on that island that we don't even acknowledge quite as kept as part of the 5 boroughs. Y'all just there. Y'all pretty much an afterthought. No shade, but shade. A lot of Staten Islanders, I'm sure a lot of y'all got on that ferry. I'm sure that ferry was full of red, white, and blue last night on the way back, to the Staten Island. And so I would be surprised that Vinny would be there supporting him, but maybe because, he needs a new grift. I mean, you trying to fight for the same type of audience that the Theo Vaughns and the Kill Tonys and the who's another, and the oh my God, I was just thinking about him. Joe Rogan, a lot of them who they fight for and try to get on their show. So he's in the podcast space too. So that's probably the audience he's trying to go for. But yeah, MAGA isn't growing. He's basically talking to the same group of people that believe in his mess, and they're vigilant. That's why I think a lot of people be surprised. They're like, y'all got a lot of MAGA people in New York? Of course. Like, you don't think we have racists? And they're everywhere. They just migrate in different places. Jeff isn't voting for Trump. He just scared of retaliation. Wait, who's Jeff? Or maybe I know who Jeff is, but I forgot. So you said MAGA is the party of rural America. That's why they're going to lose, because Democrats live in metropolitan America. And he had to remember, oh yeah, I'm from New York. Yeah, your ass from Queens, and you was being a racist then. Like you said, it's rural versus metropolitan America. Well, it's always kind of been that. And you know what? At the end of the day, if anything that I hope people get out of this is that I kind of wish that the infighting would stop. If you just realize that we have a lot more in common than not, and the fact that we're so divided politically, that's what really hurts me about this, because it's just like being out there and just interacting with people who are on an individual level. That to me is more interesting than this whole infighting with the politics, because I feel like when it comes to politics, a lot of times there are people that will lie and manipulate and do whatever they got to do just to maintain their own sense of power. But there's people that, and especially when we talk about Donald Trump, who does not care about these people that he's got all riled up and radicalized and indoctrinated. He doesn't care about any of you. So I don't understand. So I'm like, is this a way of like this hero worship? Because he makes you feel like you're a family, and which he did call that. I feel like we're a family and stuff. but then invite them over to your house and eat, which we know you won't do because you said you basically called your own fanatics idiots in so many ways. I'm paraphrasing, but you know he called them a bunch of dummies. So you said, because I think and Stone Cold believe they know he's gonna look well. Oh, you talking about Stone Cold Steve Austin? That's why I love. Shout out to Dave Bautista. The stuff that he was saying about Stone Cold dumbass. I was laughing. Was I was like say cackling. So you were at a historical site yesterday. You could say that you were working for Trump racist rally. I love the fact that y'all be spelling it different and possibly ruin his chance of that. And you know what? No shade, but that was also a reason why I worked it. See, a lot of people don't look at the bigger picture. I look at the bigger picture. It's like I be feeling like I'm that so Raven. You know, like they zoom into her eyes, she see the future. That's how I be looking at situations all the time. And I was like, that was the only way that I could, in my mind, tolerate being there for the long, because I knew I was going to be working an 11, 12-hour shift. So, being in that situation. So I had to psych myself out in that way. And that's the way I looked at it. It's not only because of the money, but also because I know this is going to be a moment in history. And the fact that there's been many historical situations that I've been in the midst of that I could actually say, I lived during this time when this happened. And I could actually say, I was actually there and this is what happened. So, and being able to record, like put this in writing, in visual writing, as I'm, recording the show, like everybody, everybody's on their social medias and on their channels and in this stuff talking about what they basically getting the cliff notes from other pundits. I was in the room, so I can give y'all the tea of what it was like being there because I was there. Whereas everybody else has to get their information from the media that I was next to. And this is not to pat myself on my back or toot my own horn, but it's just saying I have actually a leg up over a lot of the pundits who were not there. So it said, I'm sure many of those at that rally were dumb enough to travel from far out of town, taking day trips to avoid the high hotel costs, or dumb enough to go broke for the likes of him. That's why I hope that's not what they were doing. Like, y'all gonna go broke, and then of course when they go broke and he loses, what's gonna happen is they're gonna blame crooked Joe Biden and dumb as a box of rocks Kamala, or whatever stupid phrase he comes out with. And they're going to blame them because they point the finger at everybody instead of just being looking like, you know what? How you blaming them? And especially the thing about the stimulus checks. The stimulus checks we got was because we had a Democratic Congress who passed the bill. But Trump didn't want to pass it out because he wanted to put his signature on the checks because he wanted to make it seem like he was just giving away money. It's not your money. So how you going to sit up here and try to act like you giving out Trump checks like we all subscribing to or Trump University? Like, he's just a full-on idiot and scam artist. And the fact that people believe the crap that comes out of his mouth. That's why I said I feel like a lot of the people that were there, y'all were looking at this like this is some damn comedy special. I really feel like that's the way y'all were looking at this event. Like it was just, he up there doing stand-up, except the jokes just wasn't funny. But I looked at some of the people, they was cackling like this is the best joke they ever heard. I'm like, you really don't get out, do you? But I guess when you live in a metropolitan area where in New York, we have such a variety of entertainment. It's like we've been there, done that, wore the t-shirt. I have to say, it's good to see you, Linnea, up in here, because I was like, I forgot to tag you in this episode. But I did put the highlight, which they finally put back on damn Facebook after God knows how long. So now it's like everybody's going to get the situation. But anyway, I'm ready to move on from the maggots and decompress. But damn, I can't, because now we got to talk about this whore, Amber Rose, who is basically walking back the situation of what she said about Beyonce. Now, initially, I didn't talk about the whole Beyonce thing because I thought it was going to be another damn false situation. Because remember, the last time they were like, oh, Beyonce's going to show up at a campaign, like the Kamala Harris rally and all this other stuff. And it turned out to be a false alarm. All the majors was talking about it. Didn't show up. But then she showed up this week because we close to the election. That's another thing I forgot to reiterate also is the fact that, after everybody was talking about for the longest of times, is Bad Bunny going to endorse Kamala Harris? Because Bad Bunny's been very vocal about Puerto Rico and that sort of thing. And now it's good to see that I was like, I hate being cynical, but then I was like, but sometimes you gotta be. I was like, well, damn. So it took this moment. It took for them to say, this guy say what he said at this Trump rally yesterday, all of a sudden for y'all to get a battery in your back and support Kamala Harris. I'm not saying y'all have to be out here supporting people politically, but they did that along with condemning, Tony for what he said. So now it's like, okay, she let her use the Freedom song. We knew that much. So I guess that was pretty much a slight endorsement. But the full endorsement came when you had Tina Knowles and her resting bitch face introduce her daughters. I don't want to go into that Wendy Williams rumor. Remember when she used to say Kelly Rowland was the illegitimate child? So Kelly Rowland and Michelle. I don't know where Michelle is, but Kelly Rowland and Beyonce came out and they gave a speech, and Beyonce don't like to talk, but at this point she came out, she was like, 5th grade speaking level be damned, because that's another read that Wendy Williams put out there. I'll make the news I just reported. And she came out and spoke out against, all the vitriol that's been coming out. Now, Amber Rose took her little bald-headed ass, got on social media and had the absolute gall to try to come for the queen of the beehive, and got surprised and gooped and gagged when they swarmed her little bald-headed behind and was like, oh, no, bitch, no, you not. And now she walking the back. So Amber Rose reacted to the backlash she received after saying Beyonce took her speech when the singer spoke at Kamala Harris's Houston rally. And then, if that's what she did, then what did Melania Trump do when it came to Michelle Obama? She was out here plagiarizing too. And don't get me started on Trump sitting up in here talking about Melania had the #1 bestseller of all time. I'm like, first of all, that book flopped. Nobody bought that book, not even your supporters. I guess the hardest of hardcore, but New York Times bestseller, it don't take much to be a New York Times #1 bestseller. And I do not believe that that's what happened. That's more lies and vitriol you putting out there. And then he even said that he was worried about she was going to write some bad things about it. She ain't stupid. She ain't going to do that. She got to keep that allowance coming in. She probably also knows his ass going to jail and should be able to have, should be able to spend freely once he leaves or get locked up for the rest of his damn life, or probably going to be sentenced to life on Mar-a-Lago in Florida. He'll never have to leave. He can just play golf until his last dying breath. So basically she said, I was literally trolling. I troll with my friends all the time. Well, I don't think Beyonce sees you as a friend, not after all the vitriol and craziness that you've been saying as of late. So when you talk about you troll with your friends, what friends you got besides, Wiz Khalifa? And then we just saw the other day that Alexander Edwards was out with Cher and, the child y'all have together. I forgot where it was that they went, but they saw that they were hanging out and doing some stuff. So she had been spending more quality time with your child than you have, quiet as it's kept. It seemed that that's what's going on. So she said, I did not think that it was going to be international news when I posted that comment, but I love Beyonce. I know Beyonce. We've hung out plenty of times. Yeah, back when Kanye was banging your wide ass out. So that's when you were pretty much she was hanging out with one Kanye put, threw your ass to the curb. I think that's when he was done with you, unless it was when you got with Wiz and y'all was, hanging out and passing. And then you got with Alexander Edwards, who was a music producer. That's probably where the interactions kept happening. And then all of a sudden now you want to go full MAGA, which I believe the reason why she jumped on this whole MAGA situation, because she hoping when Trump get in office, he could pardon Wiz, because Wiz dumbass decided to get on a stage in Romania and light up a blunt, which you cannot be doing. It's like a lot of you disrespectful ass Americans like to go into other people's countries and think y'all could just do whatever the hell you want. Consequence be damned. Because I just heard there was a story of a girl that was just sentenced to a year in prison. I forget exactly where it was though. I think it was Tel Aviv, one of those Arab spots or whatever. I can't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head. But she was sentenced to a year in jail for touching somebody. Hold on, now you're gonna have me look it up. And this is when you type in with one damn hand. I don't remember exactly the thing what it was, but it was like it's Dubai. That's what it was. So they said she was sentenced to 1 year in a Dubai prison in the United Arab Emirates for, and this was what is it? I was like, where the hell did it go? Oh, and they said, yeah, because but I think it was a recent story because there was somebody, this is from 2023, but I remember there was another story. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But that's why I was saying, well, yeah, it is here nor there because we're talking about Wiz Khalifa. So I do feel like because, apparently Trump's out here pardoning people. We were just talking about the whole thing about the guy, the president of Death Row Records, apparently was pardoned by Trump, which is why he spoke at the rally yesterday. So when she goes and says, I don't think this is going to be international news, because if you bring up Beyonce, how the Beehive acts, they're going to react. They're going to swarm your ass and read you down to the floor, as they should, because you a dummy, bitch. Shout out to Bo D. She said, it's funny, though. It's crazy. Like, one comment could just become international news. I was literally joking. No, you weren't. And that's why I was going to say, that's why Jocelyn whipped your ass. But God, I got to give her props. Amber definitely held her own against Jocelyn when she was on College Hill. So they said when she was asked if she was being serious, she replied, a delusional person would be serious. Well, I guess you was serious then, because we know you are delusional. Now, on Friday, Beyoncé, who was 43, made an appearance at Harris's campaign rally, where she officially endorsed the vice president become the next president of the United States, saying, we are at the precipice of an enormous shift. This, she said to a crowd of more than 20,000 people while standing outside with her former Destiny's Child bandmate, Kelly Rowland. I'm not here as a celebrity. I'm not here as a politician. I'm here as a mother who cares about the world her children live in, a world where we have the freedom, I can't move, to control our bodies, a world where we are not divided, our past, our present, our future merged to meet us here. This is what she added. Because when she said our freedom, I had to throw in the song. But it said the drunken love singer then urged all the men and women in this room and watching around the country to vote. Now, after the Shade Room posted a clip of Beyonce's speech, Rose, who has endorsed Donald Trump for president, accused the Grammy winner of stealing her previous lecture at the comment section. First of all, nobody remembered your damn speech. We read you down to the floor for it, but we didn't care enough where it was like that memorable. We just talked about it. We read your ass down to the floor in the comments and we moved on. She said she wanted to be me so bad. Literally took my whole speech. She wrote on IG referring to her speech at the Republican National Convention in July, where she spoke about being a mother of 2 sons and the importance of voting. Well, I think anybody would pretty much say that, because if you're a parent and you're worrying about the world in which, as a woman of color, a Black woman, you're worrying about your 3 kids and how they're going to thrive in a fascist government that's going to be overrun by police, where it's just like they could pretty much do anything, full immunity, no questions asked, and then they're going to go in and invade a lot of Black communities, Latino communities, anybody who is other, meaning white male. Y'all are pretty much going down. So a lot of y'all running around with this mindset of, oh, I'm not like those people over there. I actually work hard for all this stuff. I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. I never had to go steal and do all these other things, which is what these people like the Trumps have been doing their entire lives. They want to be able to do it, but you can't do what they do. And they want to be able to do it and get away with it. And they also said last night, because I meant to mention this, they brought up Letitia James. They was like, when they get in office, they're getting rid of her, and they getting rid of anybody that went against him, like the judges, whatever, that went against him. And some dude got up there and told a story about how in real estate he was trying to do something in New York, but they went against him and tried to charge him billions of dollars. And I'm sitting there like, well, why did they do that? You must have been trying to do some type of fraudulent whatever. I may have to look at him, because I never heard of half those people, like I said, that was there. So there must have been some type of fraudulent behavior that you was doing that you wanted to get away with, but because your ass got caught, now you want to sit up here and play the victim. Oh, they just took this away from me. How dare they? They wouldn't let me do business as a real estate person. Okay, well, why didn't they? But we want to know the real tea. So then fans then slammed Rose for her remarks about Beyonce. They said Amber Rose doesn't even want to be Amber Rose, LMAO. This is probably the most delusional, unhinged ish I've ever read. This is what One user wrote, saying someone wants to be like you while you're out of their tax bracket is wild. Because I'm like, what tax bracket has this heifer ever had except being famous for Yo Coochie, being latched on to other rappers? Like, what actually has Amber Rose done? Because we didn't know who this bitch was until she was sitting front row with Kanye at the VMAs, messed up and drunk as a skunk off that Henny, and then got up on stage and basically embarrassed Beyonce by making the comments about Taylor Swift. That's basically what we know you from. And then after Kanye been threw your ass to the curb because he was tired of using you as his personal Amanda Lepore, then we done moved on. Then he done moved on to the next thing. And you moved on too. You went to Wiz Khalifa, pushed out a baby. Then you went over to Alexander Edwards, who left you for an older woman, left you for Cher, because her coochie is potent. And you ain't in her tax bracket either, so don't even try it. So they said Beyonce is a mother, Amber is a baby mama. This is what another person said. Another person said, oh, sure, Beyonce wakes up to be, at best, a reality TV star. See, look, I didn't really have to read her down to the floor. Y'all was doing it for us. So I'll say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Amber, you need to go sit your tired ass down somewhere because you sound like Boo Boo the Fool trying to come for Beyonce. I'm going to talk about if I want to go to the gym on Thursday. First of all, I'm working the Duran Duran concert on Halloween. I am not have time to be like, let me not do stuff live on the air. This is why I should stop reading stories and posts and tweets and texts and all this other stuff while I'm working. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now let's move on to our next story and let's get into this Chris Brown thing. So yesterday I did not get the opportunity to watch because I told you I worked at Trump event and I was so damn exhausted. I did not have time. First of all, not even time. I didn't even know it came out yesterday. I forgot. So I didn't really have the time to watch it. So now that I know it's out, I'm gonna try to watch it today. But I'll probably be once I'm done with this show, I'll probably be so bombarded with other stuff that I don't know if I'll even have time to watch it today. But if I don't get to watch it today, maybe I'll leave it for tomorrow because it'll give me time to actually sit and watch the whole thing and take it all in instead of trying to rush and then staying up till 3-4 o'clock in the morning trying to catch up on shows because I've just been running around like a chicken with his head cut off all day. So apparently the Chris Brown: A History of Violence aired yesterday, and it's basically talking about how his behavior is once again being called into question with the new documentary. And there's somebody that even came out and stated that they were R-worded on, Diddy's being dragged into this again. Like, can't go a day without talking about the diddler. Even if, it's a story specifically not focused on him, there's always a way that his name slithers into other people's mess. We talked about him with Jamie Foxx on Friday, and now today, word on the curb is there's a woman that came out that said that basically Chris Breezy R-worded her on Diddy's yacht. So, Chris Brown: A History of Violence, which aired on Sunday, October 25th, is part of the network's investigation discovery. I should let you know because they say the network. No Excuse for Abuse campaign, which shines a light at complex dynamics of intimate partner violence with resources and programming initiatives. The 1-hour documentary examined, oh good, it's 1 hour. So maybe I will probably watch it tonight because if it's 1 hour, I'm like, okay, I could do that. Whereas, we've been getting a lot of these shows and things where it's like 2, 3, 4 episodes. And I'm like, do I have the energy to sit through so many episodes trying to break all this down? If y'all can break it down for me in an hour, I'm Gucci. So they basically said that it examined not only Brown's tumultuous relationship with ex-girlfriend Rihanna, but multiple incidences that have occurred since, including several assault charges, lawsuits, and R-word accusations. Now, Diddy's name came up throughout the documentary due to his previous friendship with Brown, who's 35. The now disgraced music mogul, who's 54, supported Brown during the aftermath of his split from Rihanna, 36, which of course he did, because you was out here putting paws on the women you was hunching. So, of course, birds of a feather. So I'm not surprised that the diddler would, be supported. Because didn't he say at one point, if I remember correctly, didn't he go on Ellen and was talking about the whole abuse allegations with Chris Brown and Rihanna, and said something or another of how he got in the middle, like he got involved and was trying to work the things out and all this other stuff. I don't remember exactly what the time I heard what was said, but I could have sworn that the Diddler went on Ellen's show and they had this conversation where he talked about Rihanna and Chris Brown and how he got involved in some sort of way. Just like he was out here beating Cassie, Chris Brown was over there beating Rihanna. Now, in another part of the film, Diddy's name was mentioned again when a Jane Doe claimed Brown R-worded her. Now, in the alleged victim's lawsuit, the unnamed woman recalled meeting Brown at a party on Diddy's yacht in Florida. Child, I gotta be Florida, of course. Now, 4 years after the alleged incident documented in the film, Diddy was indicted on charges of racketeering conspiracy, as trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion and transportation to engage in prostitution. After his September 2024 arrest, Diddy pleaded not guilty before being denied bail. He currently faces up to life in prison if convicted. Now, Diddy's legal team has denied that their client was involved in any wrongdoing, as he continues to be named on multiple SA lawsuits. Meanwhile, Brown has been making headlines since he was charged with felony assault for harming Rihanna. Brown has continued to deny all allegations brought against him. Now, us really did do a breakdown of the biggest revelations that was made in the ID episode, in case y'all didn't see it. So let's go through it. Now, they said after meeting in the music industry, Brown and Rihanna quietly started dating in 2008. Brown was charged 1 year later for physically assaulting Rihanna. He pleaded guilty to the felony and served 5 years of probation, as well as doing community service and attending domestic violence counseling. So it looked at that point like he was doing all the work and he was doing what needed to be done to rehabilitate the image, which I've always said, if you put in the work, if you show that you are trying to change a lot of things, maybe, the trauma of his childhood, because remember, Chris Brown is someone who came up experiencing DV at the hands of his mother, probably, I believe, from the hands of his father. So he's seen it. He's been exposed to it. And that is a behavior that is learned. So you pass that down. The kids take it. Some do, some don't. Some people are good at strong enough to break the cycle. And there's some people that get caught up in the situation and it passes it down to generation to generation. Because some people could be easily manipulated and thinking this is normal, whatever the case is. So they said former sergeant from the LAPD, Cheryl Dorsey, discussed the incident in the film, saying Chris was driving, punching her with his right fist as he drives with his left hand. This goes on for blocks. Her lip is busted and bruised. She sustained other injuries to her face as a result of her head being smashed repeatedly against the window. Several DV advocates attempted to offer more context behind Brown and Rihanna's history of abuse, saying, when I unpack the Chris Brown and Rihanna situation, it is important that we understand that DV doesn't happen from nowhere. This is what Carolyn West, who is a DV expert, said regarding Brown's claims that his stepfather, okay, so that's what it was his stepfather, because I thought it was his biological father, but I'm glad they cleared that up. So his stepfather abused his mother, saying that what struck me is what we call intergenerational trauma. Thank you, there's a name for it, because that's why I was getting to it. And it's funny, I didn't even read this article, and this is basically off just what things I remember, me assessing it in my head, but I'm glad it's here for us to break down. What struck me is what we call intergenerational trauma. Being exposed to violence early in life can make it difficult for you to have the skill set to have healthy relationships later in life. And that's why I said that after that thing what happened with him and Rihanna, I was glad that he was putting in the work, or so it seemed, until later on we get to his relationship with Karrueche. We'll get to that in a second. But they said the documentary included an interview where Brown recalled witnessing abuse in his house as a child. Broadcast journalist Sharon Carpenter claimed that Brown also publicly stated that he was so scared as a child that he would pee on himself to avoid running into his stepfather. He was very close to his parents, but things began to change for Chris when they split and his mother remarried. Even before what happened to Rihanna, Chris has done an interview speaking about how his mother dealt with abuse at the hands of his stepfather. Now, according to ID, Brown's stepfather denied allegations that he abused his mom. West, meanwhile, tried to explain from the victim's perspective why Brown and Rihanna briefly reconciled after his arrest. Perpetrators aren't terrible all the time, so that is really what makes it hard for victims to leave, because it's confusing. Because, they'll say, oh, I'm not like that normally. I'm sorry, I'll change. And then they don't. Now, culture writer Sachi Cool also weighed in on Brown and Rihanna's relationship playing out in the public eye, saying Chris goes to court and during the sentencing phase, Rihanna reveals this wasn't the first time he's abused her. She alleged that one time in Europe, Chris shoved her into the wall during an argument, and another time in Barbados, they got into a fight that he smashed both windows in her car. So a lot of people were sitting up there, oh, well, she put hands on him, and we've heard those excuses, especially if you go in the black blogs and they put this stuff up. The main but she put the hands on him first and stuff. I'm sorry, were you in the back seat watching the whole shit go down? Because you don't know what's going on. It could have been a situation of like, yeah, I mean, I don't know any stories of ever hearing about Rihanna parents, her coming up and seeing abuse at the hands of her parents. So if there is some tea out there, y'all can point me to the articles and I'll read it, where it literally came out her mouth that she admitted to stuff like this and she put paws on him first. This probably was a situation similar to Cassie, where that man be putting hands on you so many times, you tired of the BS and you fight back. And then the result, but people are going to go to her because she had more visibility, the black eye, the busted lip, the possible concussion and all that other stuff. Yeah, they're going to look at him because men are deemed the stronger gender. We're not trying to sit up out here and say that women don't abuse men, because they do. But I don't think that's what the situation is. And I can understand that, if we were still in that situation where he put in the work to change, but when you've consistently done the repeat offending with other people, at what point do we bring in the definition of insanity, which would be doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result? So now let's get into his relationship with Miss Carucci. So Brown started seeing Tran after his split from Rihanna. Brown and Tran briefly called it quits when he reconciled with Rihanna in 2012. Now they said, quote, Carucci said in an interview that there was one time she was at home with Chris and he said he was going to go to the store. She turns on the TV and he is courtside with Rihanna. Damn, you went to the store. That must have been a long ass trip. Because how you saying that I'm going to go to the store and then you just all of a sudden in the court, at watching a basketball game with Rihanna, playing both of these ladies. And this is what Carpenter claimed in the doc. Not long after, Rihanna called it off and he went back to Carucci, where she was dumb to take his ass back after he made you look like Boo Boo the Fool in front of the world. Unless we didn't know that y'all was dating at the time until you revealed it in that interview. So they said not long after, Rihanna called it off and he went back to Carucci. She was someone who really stuck by his side through a lot. The couple dated on and off until 2014. Tran filed for a restraining order against Brown in 2017, citing allegations of physical abuse. The order was later extended, and the doc mentioned Tran's claims that Brown punched, pushed, and threatened her throughout their relationship. Brown, of course, denied the allegations at the time. So now let's get into his relationship with the Diddler. So then they also cover in the documentary that he has a history with Diddy. This is what was noted in the documentary. At around 12 years old, Chris had the opportunity to audition for Diddy. Child, he probably would have ended up like one of those people out here with the lawsuit where the child was like, I was 10 years old. There was another story that just came out, I believe, today. 10-year-old guy say he was 10 years old, filed a suit against Diddy, said he was essayed by the mogul. And the mogul said, if you want to get this gig or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, that sometimes you got to do things that you don't want to do to get ahead. Which, that's the casting couch. Well, not alleged, that is the casting couch. And we heard many things about it. So they also said that he had the opportunity to audition with Diddy, but it didn't go so well. Diddy didn't sign him. Diddy, however, remained in Brown's life, especially during his ups and downs with Rihanna. Community activist Dr. Michelle Taylor spoke about the connection, saying that what is interesting about this is when you listen to Diddy's account, he said he invited Chris and Rihanna to come to his home to have some time. That's what it was. Because I remember that I knew I was on it with this story. Oh my God, I think I just turned out my ring light. So, or it just went off, probably because it's been on for so long. But I gotta see me a second. But I'm gonna just power through this. So they also said that in 2022, a woman going by Jane Doe basically sued Brown for allegedly drugging and R-wording her 2 years prior at a yacht party in Miami. In court documents, the woman claimed that the boat was parked at Diddy's Star Island home. It's like, yeah, now I got to multitask while I try to fix this light. So there's basically that with this story. Okay, we're back. I can concentrate again. And so, so they basically, let me just read that over because, I got a little distracted trying to fix the lighting and stuff. So it basically said, in 2022, a woman going by Jane Doe sued Brown for allegedly drugging and R-wording her 2 years prior at a yacht party in Miami. In court documents, the woman claimed that the boat was parked at Diddy's Star Island home. So I think a lot of people had heard a lot of things about Diddy through the years. This is what Carpenter said in the doc in reference to Diddy's arrest. In 2020, he wasn't being investigated. The unnamed woman ultimately participated in the doc. She only mentioned Diddy once, referring to him as really nice and welcoming. Until, he slips y'all a Mickey, and then all hell breaks loose. So now they want to get into his various legal issues. Okay, so now y'all want to play in my face with the because sometimes y'all be getting on my damn nerves. I was like, is this okay? It's still there. So now, investigation discovery briefly touched on how Brown continued to be involved in various brawls and legal struggles since 2009. Now, 2 years after his incident with Rihanna, Brown was asked about the situation on GMA, and he subsequently threw a chair at a window before exiting the building. Oh, yeah, I heard about this with Robin Roberts. They said Brown acknowledged at the time that an incident took place on the set of the morning talk show. In 2013, Brown's probation was revoked after his involvement in an alleged hit-and-run incident. The charges were eventually dropped after a settlement was reached, and Brown served an additional 1,000 hours of community service. Brown was arrested that same year for felony assault and spent 36 hours in jail. The charge was reduced to simple assault misdemeanor, and Brown was released without bail in order to stay at least 100 yards away from the man he was accused of assaulting. After the 2013 incident, Brown voluntarily entered a rehab facility before he was ultimately kicked out for violent behavior. At the time, his probation officer claimed Brown smashed his own mother's car window during a family session. Excuse me. Brown was sentenced to 3 months at a live-in anger management rehab facility, where he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. Well, it definitely makes sense that he would have post-traumatic stress because I do feel like that he has been traumatized as a kid based off, it is all rooted back to his childhood trauma of seeing his stepfather abuse his mother. And apparently, no matter how many times he goes to get help in all these situations, he has not been able to get a grasp of the situation. He continues to do the same crazy thing. Whenever people disrespect him, whenever people come out of pocket, it seems like he reverts back to that scared little boy where he would see the abuse, doesn't like the disrespect, and now that he is in a place where he has money, power, and influence, he has the ability to do the thing. Like, I feel like maybe he sees his stepfather and all these people he comes across, not excusing the behavior, but you gotta get to a place where you can learn how to control your anger. Because once upon a time, I was somebody who was very angry when I was a kid. And people would tell me, like, if you don't get it together, you're going to end up dead or in jail. And I had to learn how to control my anger without the use of prescription medication. Like, I refused to go on prescription medication with stuff. Even when I was a kid, they tried to put me on ADHD medication, all of this stuff. No, I don't go on it. And anxiety medication, all these other things. It's like, no, I'm not going on that stuff because I don't want to be around here being like a zombie. But luckily enough, I've gotten to a place where I can control a lot of my situations. Don't get me wrong, I do get pissed off with things, but I'm not like the way I once was when I was younger, where I used to just be mad at the world. So they said the legal issues kept on coming. The doc included an incident in 2015 where Brown allegedly assaulted someone. Footage from the police station showed the unnamed woman recounting what happened before returning 5 days later to say she didn't want to deal with the charges because of how Brown allegedly encouraged his social media followers to reach out to her. And that's another thing too. He's another one that likes to weaponize his fan base, Team Breezy, to bully and go after people who go against him. And my thing is, what do y'all expect? This is like this cult mentality of y'all. What do you think is going to happen? Like, if you align yourself with Chris Brown, is he going to like get you a job? Is it going to get you free tickets to a concert? Like, if somebody's out here doing something, you're not helping him by enabling his behavior. And the fact that y'all use your social media to bully people into submission and silence. So Brown was also sued by his management team for alleged assault in 2016 when he settled out of court. That same year, Lisanne, I think is how you say her name, Gutierrez claimed that she was punched in the face by Brown. She filed a report, but the Las Vegas Police Department decided not to press charges. How they decide to not press charges? During the doc, Gutierrez claimed that she was offered a settlement. Chris Brown's attorney denied these allegations, read the statement in the doc. He claims he never laid a hand on Lisanne Gutierrez, who he said was escorted from the premises after becoming disruptive and out of control and had been previously accused of similar behavior in other incidences. In 2018, an unidentified woman sued Brown and two other people after she was allegedly held down and SA'd in the singer's home. She sued the trio for S-word battery, and assault, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. Brown's legal team denied the claims, and police didn't press any charges due to lack of evidence. The Jane Doe filed a civil suit, which was later settled out of court. Now, Brown was accused by another woman of aggravated R-word, which he denied. He then sued her for defamation. In 2022, a Jane Doe filed a $20 million lawsuit against Brown, alleging that he drugged and R-worded her. She spoke out in the doc, but asked for her face to not be shown on screen. She said, Chris Brown R-worded me. I can't say that. I can say that, and I know it for a fact, instead of telling myself it wasn't. This is what she said before explaining that why she chose not to go public. Even coming forward as a Jane Doe, people still found out who I was, and I was attacked online. Well, you know, the sleuths be sleuthing. Y'all put that internet to use when y'all want to. According to Jane Doe, she attended a party on a boat where Brown allegedly offered her several drinks. She claimed she started to feel strange, so they went somewhere more private on the boat, and she alleged Brown proceeded to R-word her. Most girls would be happy to have sex with Chris Brown, she said. I didn't want that. This is not what I wanted. The woman remained in contact with Brown for several years and referenced text messages and video calls. Producers of the documentary clarified in a title card that they didn't have access to the texts or calls and couldn't confirm their authenticity. Well, this is where, you know, people are going to start coming out and thinking, okay, sis, now you up in here lying and making things up. Because if you have the evidence, this is why I always said, show it. What you got to lose? You putting yourself already out there. Attorney Ariel Mitchell was also interviewed for the doc. She claimed she recalled taking on the case, but subsequently dropping it after Miami Beach police shared months of text messages between Brown and Jane Doe. According to Mitchell, there were messages in which the woman repeatedly asked Brown if she could see him again after the alleged rape. The victim, for her part, maintained that the SA happened, and she continued to keep in contact with Brown because she struggled to come to terms with what happened to her. Brown denied any wrongdoing, and a judge dismissed the case in 2022. But that's weird. I don't know. I've never been R-worded, but for those of you who have been, you don't need to, you can remain anonymous, whatever the case. I don't know. I don't know how you could do that on social media. But if anybody's ever been assaulted, would you, as a way of processing things, constantly contact the celebrity who did it to you because you were having a hard time processing what happened? That doesn't make sense, because why would you want to continue to see the person? And if you consider, and was this a situation of you're a woman scorned because you probably were in a situation where you were a groupie, you were throwing that coochie at him, he gave you some of the D, and we know Chris Brown is well endowed. We've seen it. So he was laying that pipe, tearing that coochie up. She couldn't get enough. I can't get enough. You like that shit. The one good part of that Jennifer Lopez song, if that's how the lyric goes. But you were into it, and then because he got what he wanted and paid you dust, now you a woman scorned and you want to say he raped you. So it kind of makes me wonder. So all the things that everybody says is not necessarily, what happened. Sometimes there do be people out here that be making things up. And if you are in that situation, there's a special place in hell for people who do be out here lying and making stuff up just for attention. Let me put that up there in case y'all need to call a hotline if you ever been abused or whatever. So there be people out here who do that, who just like to latch on to situations just so that way they can, clout or whatever. And if this is what this is, that some of y'all be out here, this is a special place to hell for y'all. Like I always told y'all like the women who report rapes or whatever, less than 3%. So there's always going to be some people that jump in the mix. It's like there's probably some people that's out here trying to jump on the Diddy bandwagon for clout and attention. But then there's people that's genuinely going through some things. So I know this was a long one because I had to break it on down with the T in regards to the thing. But I'm definitely going to check out the documentary and give y'all my overall thoughts on it. And I believe Sunny Hostin was a part of it too. So I definitely want to check it out for that. Because I love me some Asuncion. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Did you see the Chris Brown documentary? What are your overall thoughts on the documentary? And break it on down, leave it in the comments. You know what to do. Leave it all in the comments down below. Okay, so let me take that out. And let's read some of the comments, speaking of which. If you get Max, oh yeah, I do get Max. I'm still 2 episodes behind on the Penguin. So yeah, I know in Investigation Discovery is on Max because that's where I saw the Nickelodeon documentary, and I know the one with Nick Carter is up there, which I still haven't gotten around to yet. But yeah, I want to definitely check that out. So it said I heard there's a 10-year-old. Yeah, that was you see, it's funny. I don't read the comments until after, but that was the one I was referring to when I was about the 10-year-old who Diddy was like, sometimes you got to do things that you don't feel comfortable doing. But I'm like, yeah, it's a mess. Cassie drew blood, and now there are sharks swimming in the water. How come Abercrombie & Fitch CEO was locked up? I thought he was. I thought they were arrested, or are they not locked up? I definitely got to check into that. But yeah, they should be locked up the same way Diddy has been without. They should be denied bail. They should be locked up and put away, especially because they were doing the same things. If you really think about it, that Diddy was doing. Y'all were out here drugging and sex trafficking and doing those other stuff with a lot of the male models. Diddy was doing the same thing. So I do feel like, in situations like this, that even when they both have a lot of money, it's not, the playing field is not equal. And I don't, it's like, yeah, Diddy need to stay in the jail, like he belong, but them people from Abercrombie & Fitch need to be up in there also. So you said Mike Jeffries, CEO of Abercrombie & Fitch, has been rumored to be drugging and raping young men for over a decade. They let him go on a $1 million bail, even though he has tons of accusers. Absolutely. And that's why I was just saying, it's like, yeah, he should be locked up as well. And I do feel like, why is it that this man gets to walk scot-free? Is because he's 80-something years old? Who gives a damn? He's a rapist, allegedly. So you need to be in prison like Diddy is. It shouldn't be different because at the end of the day, yeah, he's a homosexual, but he's also a white man. And, they could be white first, homosexual second. And that's the only time I feel like the white gays only pipe up when they life is on the line, when they being denied stuff. But at the end of the day, they can always run back to being white at the end of the day. You said you're going to watch it after. Well, I think because it's an hour, I'm going to probably do the same thing. But there's so many things I got to catch up on. I got to watch The View today because I want to hear what Anna and all them say. I know, Robert, you sent me the clip, but I didn't watch it because I intentionally to watch the whole show to hear what everybody's saying. I don't like to watch things out of sequence. So I'm going to I got to watch today's The View just so I can get what they said about the whole Trump situation. And there's a couple of things I had to catch up on before, when I watched this whole show, whatever. So, that documentary. Rihanna's dad was a crackhead who used to be okay. So they both come from a place of they've experienced childhood abuse. So maybe that was the thing that connected them. So I'm sure they was putting people on, they're putting paws on each other. Jeffries was actually released on 10 million bail, and his boyfriend is. Yep, that was I heard too. The man that he hunching or been hunching is out here. He a part of it as well. Okay, child, that was some heavy tea. Let's lighten up the load a little bit. Let's get into Nick Cannon, who's opening up about Mariah. I want to play the clip though, but I don't know if it's gonna demonetize the channel, so I'm not gonna take a risk. And I didn't open up like the neighborhood talk if they were doing those clips. So I'm gonna entertain y'all with what he said when I read it. So let me put up this picture of Nicholas Cannon and Mariah Carey, or as what's his name? Biggie used to say Mariah Scary. Wait a minute, what about my honey Mary? So it's appearing on the Ray Daniels Presents podcast on Thursday, October 24th, another podcast I ain't never heard of. The Wild 'N Out star, who's 44, spoke out about his split from the singer 55 and shared that he questioned his own identity after the pair tied the knot in 2008. And said, I didn't actually really care what the world thought because the perception, that this what it is. People are going to love you one day, hate you the next day. This is what he said during the episode. I can care less about that, but I'm going to myself with the pressure of who am I? I got married in my 20s, you know what I mean? To the biggest star in the world, he added. My trajectory was here, he said, gesturing downward. And then she's already in a different stratosphere. I was like, you pointing to your penis or you talking about your status? Because Nick Cannon was famous in his own right, but Nick Cannon wasn't like, as we like to say, in the same tax bracket as Mariah. But he's definitely made a name for himself post his relationship with Mariah, because he's basically like the Black Ryan Seacrest. He got all these damn jobs. Or the Black Mario Lopez. So it's like three of them. You got Nick Cannon. It's like we got the damn Benetton ad. We got Ryan Seacrest, Mario tight ass Lopez. I'm surprised they didn't get him to give a damn speech last night. He was talking about your people, sir. Well, I know not Puerto Rican. Oh, damn, I forgot to mention this. The whole thing with Donald Trump and the Puerto Rico. Where's Nicky Jam now and Anuel? I haven't heard them say anything since what had happened. Y'all real quiet, but you was out there supporting them a couple of months ago. What was it, last month? But anyway, that's not about them tired ass rappers. So he also said, I would lay up at night thinking, is this who I am? Am I Mariah's man? Is that why my life is this what my life is supposed to be? There's nothing wrong with it. The actor also said he struggled with his masculinity and the hierarchy of the family after the pair welcomed their two children, Moroccan and Monroe, who are twins, on April 2011. He said, I'm carrying the purse, the diaper bag, I'm standing on the corner like, wait, she's rocking being the alpha. This is what he continued, agreeing when the podcast host acknowledged she deserves it. Said, I believe she needs a dude like that. I'm just not that dude. Cannon and Carey first romantically, connected in early 2008 when the actor starred in the singer's Bye Bye music video. After just a few months of dating, they secretly married in May of 2008, and then they wound up getting a divorce after 6 years of marriage in 2014. So I definitely understand it. You know what? That's the one thing I'll have to give it up to Nick Cannon. Say what you want about him and the whole, him out here with a little harem of babies, harem of women, and his little litter of babies. He could basically start his own damn baseball field with all them kids he got. Or baseball team. That's a baseball field. But thinking about that, I'm like, you know what? I can totally understand like a guy that feels that way. That is like, you really have to be content and know who you are as a man to be able to come to terms with the fact that, you are a male who is married to an alpha female. And yes, alpha females exist. Madonna is one of them. Jennifer Lopez is another one. Taylor Swift is another one. And Mariah Carey. They're alpha females. So if you're going to get with someone who is an alpha, you got to be the omega. You got to be the beta. The omega, beta, zeta. Shout out to CC. I'm still mad at how they did you in Scream too. But all jokes aside, you need to have that balance where it's just like, if you have that alpha male, you can't have an alpha male and an alpha female. You're going to have a collision, an ongoing collision of issues. So rarely do they work. If there's alpha male or alpha female that have been together longer than them 6 years that Mariah and Nick Cannon been in, definitely drop it down in the comments. Y'all are a rare breed. But for the most part, I do not feel like an alpha and an alpha can make it work, especially when y'all button heads and there's tug of wars and you're trying, well, you want to do this and we got to split it and we got to do this. And I want to sometimes be the alpha and not just in these situations. I got to be subservient. And a lot of times when men have been taught that we're supposed to go and be the hunters and provide and do all those other things, and women are supposed to solely depend on the man, that's where the collision happens. So if you can be content with that, when you good in your own right, like a Travis Kelce and a Taylor Swift, and where it seemed like they making it work, and there was another, speaking of which, now I forgot to bring this up, but since we talking about them, this was a joke that was said at the rally, the Trump rally that I was working at, about how Travis Kelce is going to end up being the next O.J. Simpson, and how, you know, all the people that will, you know, the Beyoncés and all of them, and you know, all of them endorsing Kamala Harris, they said it basically just compared all these, you know, so all their support to a Diddy party, her rallies, because all these celebrities are coming out endorsing her. I'm like, really? Now, if anybody's who I've no been to a Diddy and a Jeffrey Epstein party, it was Donald Trump. So if you're going to go there, let's go there. But getting back to Nick Cannon, I could totally understand, like, especially when you're being so young and you're still trying to figure things out and navigate through the world. It's like, because you know them young boys, they love an older woman. And that older woman thing is like, oh, they can teach me some things. And there's that rite of passage. Yeah, I bagged that older coochie. You know, men love that. Whether you in a heterosexual relationship or a homosexual relationship, you know, there's both sides of the equation of when you could talk about that and how it all works out. But I totally understand also that he could have that whole situation in regard feeling the way that he felt. Where he's like, oh yeah, she's the biggest star, and I'm sitting there, I'm carrying the purse, I got the diaper bag, and I'm sort of like being the manny of the marriage, where I'm a stay-at-home dad. Now we get into a place where there's a lot of men that are real content. We'll be like, you know what? I don't mind my wife being the one to bring home the bacon and I get to be Mr. Mom. There's some people that have no problem with that. And if you don't have a problem with that, if it works for your relationship, that's great. But it was good that Nick was someone who at the stage in life realized, you know what? She deserves that because she is one of the hardest working women in music. But I'm just not the guy that can provide her for it. And I just hope that he remembers this, because, you know, he always be out here going back and forth to my he want to get back with her. But I'm like, sir, we're gonna have to remind you of this story, because it's like you and Mariah ain't gonna work. So I feel like that's all I gotta say on that. So my comments are, what did you guys think of this story? Do you agree with and understand totally where Nick was coming from, especially when talking about his relationship with Mariah? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so you said she's Mariah Carey. He's the host of Wild 'N Out. That's what he said. He's not in the same tax bracket. So he totally understood that. He said he has 12 kids. Does he even see Mariah's kids? But that's a good question. And first of all, how does he balance out visitation with all them dozen children he have? No straight young man would leave Amber for shit. Let's move on. Okay. Where are we? Oh, I said, where are we? Okay, so let's talk about Liam Payne. So one of the things I had totally forgot, because I did this story about 2 months ago, was that Liam Payne was going to be a judge on a show called Building the Band, which I had totally forgotten about. And I saw that because this Building the Band story is trending, so I tried to come for me in the comments, and I screenshotted it, and I'm going to tell you what they said. And of course, I had to go in and read them down to the floor, because I'm like, you sound dumb. You a dummy, bitch. So anyway, so Liam Payne, you know, apparently the word on the curb is that the show that he did, which it was already filmed and everything, so it's not like they got to go find a new judge, which they'll probably do should the show get greenlit for a second season. But since the show's already in the can, because they filmed it before he passed, has been placed on hold by the streamer following his tragic death. Well, look at Netflix being thoughtful, very demure and mindful for once, instead of trying to find ways of destroying the movie industry by putting everything, in on TV, on their streaming service without even putting it in the theater. Because that's the latest story that's been coming out about Netflix, with the fact that Margot Robbie basically turned them down and did a lesser money-making deal with Warner Brothers, and how Daniel Craig is pissed at Netflix over that whole Knives Out series because they won't release it in the theater because they want to put everything on the streaming service, which is like, it's not going to do well that way. Like we watch the thing, we move on. It doesn't trend week to week like Penguin is still is and Agatha all along. So I'm hoping that they do week to week with this Building the Band shit to get released, but I doubt it. They'll probably just release all the episodes all at once. People will binge it. It'll trend. It'll be talked about for 72 hours, and then we'll move on to the next thing that they want to throw on their damn channel that we'll forget about within, like I said, 72 damn hours. So they said that according to page 6, they said Netflix will sit down with Liam's family when the time is right to speak about the series and when it could be released. This is what a source told the U.S. Sun on Sunday. There was no rush or pressure to release the series. It would simply be a beautiful tribute to Liam and capture him at his best in the months before his death. Payne served as a mentor on the UK-based competition series alongside Pussycat Doll alum Nicole Scherzinger and Destiny's Child singer Kelly Rowland. Backstreet Boys' AJ McLean was the show's host. So he's basically, so we had talked about that on the show a while ago, that he was a part of this thing. Now, somebody had the nerve to get up in my damn comments, and this was, mind you, an article I did 2 months ago, and responded like this was some shit that I did yesterday. Said, disrespectful light on Liam, you should have spent least, first of all, it's the grammar for me. You should have spent least 3 mins finding some of Liam's contributing factors here. You only say I didn't know which one he was. Disrespect. He is one, has a child with Cheryl Cole. Well, I know that. I know he got a baby with Cheryl Cole. I follow British news, and I am a Girls Aloud fan. You tried it. So they said that he has a child with Cheryl Cole that's so bad on you. You should redo or take it down in respect to Liam. Try again, SMH. Well, you don't know me because I stand 10 toes down on what the hell I say. Now, if I say something incorrect, then that's fine. However, the article was before he died, and I'm standing on what I said 2 months prior to his death. Now, when he passed and we talked about it, what was said was said. We all know that Liam Payne's career wasn't popping prior to his death. Because if it was, y'all have been out here buying and supporting his music. That one song he did well, and then post that it flopped. So now all of a sudden we got the fair weather people coming out acting like, oh my God, Liam Payne, I can't believe he's gone. Y'all a bunch of fake asses trying to pretend like, oh, y'all was here for him. Y'all wasn't, because if you was, you need to celebrate the people the same way you celebrate them posthumously. So stop with the fakeness. Now, I'm sure there's them hardcore One Direction fans or the people that was Liam Payne fans that was out here supporting you. If it don't apply, let it fly. Because I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about fair weather fake asses that want to come up in here with your woulda, coulda, shoulda, and you're acting like y'all a damn oracle, and I hear bullying people, because not bullying me, because you can't bully me. Try again. But when it comes to, I'm talking about like Liam's girlfriend, who's been receiving a swarm of hate. Y'all blaming her because she left him before he, they say he fell or jumped off the balcony, probably trying to escape the room. No, she should have stayed. How you gonna tell somebody what they should have did? She ain't Raven. She can't predict the future through her eyeball. So stop with that. Sometimes that's the way that sometimes the card is dealt. We're dealt bad hands, and when we play it with the cards. It is what it is. You can't predict how something's going to go down. We all are, in charge of the things that we do in life. We make the decisions that we make. We make the choices. So they basically said that Payne, we already told about it, he served as a mentor, but they said film wrapped at Manchester's Aviva Studios in August. And now I guess this is, of course, before Nicole went and now is doing Sunset Boulevard, because she's going to be doing that for 9 months. So while it's unclear when the series will be released, the show has definitely not been shelved. Now, reps for Netflix weren't immediately available to Page Six for comment. Well, here's the thing. I really hope that they keep the show going. I hope that the show comes out, because I do feel like, because look, his record label that dropped him apparently is, from what I've been told, is planning on releasing his music, because, you know, now the label want to capitalize. First of all, they got to make some money. They lost a lot on Katy Perry, Capitol Records. So they gotta you know, with that flop of a damn record, so they gotta find a way to accumulate some of the coin. Now it's up to y'all whether or not y'all want to support the music that he wanted to put out, but because they didn't see it for him, now y'all want to come over here and put on stunts and shows. We know how shady the industry is, but that's the way it is. The show must go on at the end of the day. Now, regardless of this show, I do feel like people need to come out and see it, because what about the people the kids that auditioned for the show that were put together by the mentors for, you know, the future One Direction or the band that's going to be like One Direction or 98 Degrees or Backstreet Boys, NSYNC, whatever y'all plan on doing. Now, the question I'm wondering is, if this show is a success, and it's sad because we're not going to know if this show is a success, because if Liam was alive, would people gravitate towards wanting to see the show? Me, as someone who grew up with boy bands, me as someone who grew up like seeing how, you know, when I would watch shows like American Idol and all, when they had, you know, when they were exciting and interesting. I never really cared for The Voice, but when we would watch like American Idol and making the band and those type of shows growing up before social media was what it was, you had to call in on your phone to get, you know, the votes and things. I wonder if in this post social media world, because like I said, these shows weren't really popping prior to social media. Social media wasn't what it is today. If Liam was alive, would the audience have watched this show and supported it? I guess we'll never know. But the question is, if the show is successful because you're interested in boy bands like myself who grew up on them, or because Liam Payne passed, so now people want to watch and just dissect every little thing and figure and watch what's going on. Will you actually sit, and now the show becomes a success for Netflix? When you do the season 2, who are you going to put in to fill that seat that Liam Payne is no longer going to be there to be a part of? Do we shift AJ McLean from host to a mentor, and then you bring somebody else in? The cackle would be if y'all brought in Nick Lachey to be the host, and it was like, because quiet as nobody really cared for 98 Degrees, but you could bring Nick Lachey or somebody in, or I would have been like, oh no, not another Backstreet Boy. Maybe you could bring in one of the members of NSYNC. I just heard today JC Chazé is working on new music, and it's been 20-something years since he released Schizophrenic, and y'all know I live for that album. So maybe y'all could bring in. Oh, maybe I could bring in JC Chazé. We don't have nobody from NSYNC up in there. I mean, I wonder if, well, quiet as it's coming, I feel like the one. You think the one that would probably need the money is Lance Bass? You think maybe? So I would say it's either. And this is not about replacement. Something like, you know, at the end of the day, the show must go on. People get replaced all the time when they have to come in. If either they leave or they pass away, whatever the situation is. I feel like if this show is successful and they need a season 2, like they doing that rap show. Remember what Cardi B was a part of at one point, and now they got up in there, Lotto. When that rap show comes back, I forget the name of the show, but you know the show I'm talking about. But when it comes to this, y'all could bring either, like I said, JC Chazé or Lance Bass and have them film this show for how long they do it, and then we'll get it. So who knows when we're gonna get this? I'm having a strong feeling we'll probably get it around 2025. That's just my gut telling me. But I definitely want to check this show out because it seems it looks like an interesting idea building a band. Look, at one point, Simon Cowell was trying to do that, but I guess because of Simon Cowell, nobody really cares about the Svengalis coming in. It's more entertaining if you can get a Kelly Rowland, a Liam Payne, and a Nicole Scherzinger, who are part of boy band and girl groups. They understand what it's like. So to have the celebrities there to mentor rather than a Simon Cowell type, who's the Svengali, the man that's pulling the strings, it's more believable in that regard. So I say all this to say, What do y'all think of this story? Would you be willing to want to watch this show whenever Netflix releases it? I definitely want to see it when it comes out. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said ever saw a way thing alpha? What? Are you drunk? You said alpha about Nick or Tyrese. Are you saying there's nothing alpha about them? First of all, Crowley's getting my damn nerves. And you said Nicole said some nice things about him in her Good Morning America interview. Oh, that must have been what her promoting Sunset Boulevard. But yeah, I haven't really been watching a lot of the talk show circuit. I think today, I literally went down, like after I worked at the Garden yesterday, I literally went, I kid you not, went down a Donald Trump Madison Square Garden rabbit hole because MSNBC and CNN, all of them was talking about it. Oh, that was another thing too. So I don't know how people out here, especially you gays for Trump, out here trying to talk about y'all want to vote for him because he made a homophobic slur towards my Anderson Cooper, the silver fox. Like, how dare you? You wish you looked half as good as Anderson does. Called him Allison Cooper. So that's what he running around doing, being homophobic. But whatever, child. You know, he always does that old grade school reads. So before we get to the rest of the show, speaking of which, I always forget to take that out. So yeah, before we get to the rest of the show, because we have we got 3 more topics to get to. If you have not already, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Now, without further ado, let's get into this mess. Let's talk about the story of the hour. Let's talk about Azealia Banks trying to read somebody yet again, but the bitch ain't got the goddamn range to try to come for somebody. She was out here dropping speaking of homophobic slurs. She made a derogatory slur towards Lil Nas X. And this is why I don't understand how this broad puts out a damn 4-track EP. And all of a sudden she act like, the gays just eat her up. Like, girl, you're tired through and delayed. You ain't put out a record in a month of Sundays, but you got time to get on social media and try to troll people because it makes her pussy pucker. Apparently. Somebody go get that lady a padded room at this point. Because we tired of hearing from old Yuck Mouth with that strong ass jaw she got the nerve to talk about the gays and the trans and all them other peoples. And Madonna had the nerve to talk about her too. So Azealia Banks is coming down that Old Town Road for Lil Nas X. Now, Nazi famously went #1 in 2018 with Old Town Road, and he followed that with 2 other chart toppers, Montero, Call Me By Your Name, and the Jack Harlow collaboration, Industry Baby. Both in 2021. Now, since then, he has laid relatively low. You better lay low, in the words of Whitney Houston, as he works on a new album. The way Azealia Banks sees it, though, Nas has just fallen off. Now, before we get to what she said, I will take y'all back to a moment. I think it was like a month ago. We talked about it on the show. Lil Nas X basically was like he's living in New York, and he said he fired his entire team, and he's rebranding. Because, that whole sophomore album, the little Jesus rollout that he was trying to do, jumping on the bandwagon with the religious imagery and the video, a lot of that backfired. A lot of people wasn't feeling the songs that he was putting out. So now he's going back into the silo and figuring out what he needs to do. I said at this point, like, if you want to do those rapping over a hip hop beat, you need to channel your real inner gay rapper, and you need to pay attention to a lot of the gay rappers that came up before your time, like the Medino Greens and the Elemental Wizards. I'm taking y'all back, and the Deep Dick Electives and the Splash Tees, a trans rapper. That's my girl. And what's his name? The one that did that Throw That Boy Pussy. You need to get into that bag and listen to them rappers. Wait, now I gotta Google it because Fly Young Red. I was like, I need to remember who that was. So yeah, there's a lot of underground queer rappers that I've been listening to. Get into that bag. Also, like channels, like you bring in that whole hyper pop thing. Like I could hear you rapping over like some house beat or like even Cakes the Killer, who could rap circles around Azealia Banks. But this bitch over here still being bitter. about the fact that, you know, everybody else out here, and then you could do Leaf. You know, there's also Leaf. I'm giving you a list of queer rappers that you need to be listening to. And because a lot of these kids out here, they don't know a lot about the underground out artists that are creating music. Y'all just know about Omar Apollo and freaking Frank Ocean and, you know, the basic ones. No shade. But just say like the little ones that white media always wants to prop up. But y'all don't be really knowing the rappers. Shout out to my friend DJ Baker, because you know he be doing a weekly top 40. Yeah, I'm gonna promote him too over there at We Are You Radio. And we'll put you on to all the out rappers and does a full countdown of a lot of them. It's a lot of great talent, especially from the lesbians. So shout out to them too. So this trash box had the nerve to say Lil Nas X really fell off so hard. LMFAO, that little cunt rag, swore she was the T. Bitch has no bars. Ha ha ha. Well, bitch, where's yours? And this is why I said, like, when it comes to the rappers, or not rappers, let's talk about reading. You want to talk about reading? Let's talk about reading. In the words of my girl, Venus Extravaganza. I'm going to put you on a little something about reading. When you read somebody, in the words of Miss Girl Dorian Corey, you can't hit somebody with something that's true. Meaning, you're falling off. Bitch, you fell off too. That's not a read, it's a fact. So when you try to come at somebody like a Lil Nas X about falling off, sis, it's not like you popping on the charts right now. It's not like you sitting up in there in the Mount Rushmore of Gen Z girls, like a Chapel Roan or a Charlie XCX or Sabrina Carpenter. I don't see you up there hobnobbing with them. But you busy on social media trying to read people down to the floor. But you ain't that good at it. Yeah, you can throw a couple of little words out. You can throw a little yang yang. Talking about you could sing better than Madonna. Then bitch, where's your top 40 hit? Where's your number one hit? None of them songs you released ever went to number one. So you can't be out here trying to read people when your status isn't at the level. You're not even in the same tax bracket as Lil Nas X. And I guarantee you, unlike your situation, I don't think Lil Nas X been evicted from his apartment and couldn't afford to pay the damn movers to move your stuff into your next place, wherever the hell you residing at this point. Probably under a damn bridge somewhere. And that's where the trolls reside. So Lil Nas X responded, Azealia, I could never make a hit song again, and you would still never in your bussy soap selling, chicken sacrificing, botch body hating ass, miserable life reach a 10th of my success. Love your music, by the way. So yeah, while it wasn't like the read of all reads, at least he did drag her a bit, and I did cackle. Now, he also took to his IG story to share a screenshot of him listening to Banks's Out of Space and wrote, that's what he need to ship her ass. Maybe she need to go over there to Elon Musk. Why don't you go ride him and his old nasty, dirty behind Payne on that SpaceX ship and get lost in space. We don't need neither one of you on this planet or any of the other, planets orbiting the sun. So he said, sending you love, Azealia, wishing you nothing but guidance and clarity. I want you to chase your dreams. Get on your ish. It's the best time period in music for your art to thrive. Ain't that the damn truth? He said, I don't care what you F, okay, this is what he said, what you F-ish you say about me. That don't make no sense, but that's what he wrote. I want to see you win and shine your light. You can drop the internet bully act at any time. Your fans love you. We love you. And he's absolutely right. And that's basically what something I would say. Like, I will read you down to, I will cuss you out. And then I'll erase it and just go, okay, whatever. Because I'm like, damn, if I really say what I said on this damn thing, I would get blocked. I would get in trouble. Like, they'd be like hate speech, whatever, So sometimes I'd be like, let me just erase all of this. Cause I done wrote us a whole situation where literally you will read it. You get the goosebumps, you get the chills, you start crying. You're going to want to jump off a cliff and hang inside. You're going to want to do all the things. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to be responsible for your demise. So I'm going to just erase everything that I just wrote and just be like, okay, whatever, girl. And keep it moving. Love and light. Be blessed. Sometimes we got to go in that direction because if we really know that we have the ability to hurt a bitch's feelings, we would do it. But this heifer decided, this old nappy-headed hoe decided, oh, I'm going to just keep going. I'm going to double down on what I said. And basically wrote a whole damn novel. I didn't even know you could do that on Twitter, but I guess when you get the blue mark and you paying for your space on Twitter, you can do that. Said, but wait, I just woke up thinking about the levels of press tacky, self-hating black F word you just displayed, and you still have not answered the question. Where the F are your bars at, bitch? Well, girl, where's yours? You can't be asking somebody to be doing something if you're not doing the same damn thing. She said, white people eat ish like grilled cheese with milk sandwiches, so I wouldn't lean into their opinion as a master of success, and they will happily indulge in your self-denigration and self-ridicule, i.e. that whack visual in which you perpetuate the very wrong and harmful ideology that all black men who have been in jail secretly espouse criminal lifestyles so they can use prisons as a gay brothel of sorts, once again wearing Azealia Banks' iconic hot pink Dickies cheap EXO uniforms. Which is the primary reason you've gotten any attention. Girl, she really think that people didn't even reference you in that damn video. Or maybe I must have missed that part. But she really be thinking she is the tea. She said, I wouldn't necessarily call what you experience success, but you definitely an expert at making a minstrel of yourself for attention that I will give you, but you have yet to answer my question. Do you know where the F are your bars at, bitch? At Lil Nas X, do you know how pedestrian you are with the literature part, or do them white gays have you snorting so much Tina? You forgot that you actually have to spit. I don't think anyone in hip hop knows the lyrics to a single one of your songs, and it's clear that there is a ton of payola. The tap has clearly been cut off for you, LOL, involved because you are agreed to be an agent of destruction. Also, please tell me why you go so hard to shy away from your gay black male peers. Oh, girl, sit down now. This is why I was about to cuss her out. But she making valid points up in this thing. But you still a piece of shit, sis. But I'm gonna give you your accolades when you need to. Cause she said, why you collaborate with Camila Cabello and not Cakes the Killer? I've been saying this shit for the longest. Quiet as is Kevin. I've been saying this for the longest. Why aren't you working with the out gay artists who can rap circles around? But you get with this old basic hoe who talks so much stuff about black people. Camila, I still believe is a damn racist. I don't care what y'all say. She put all that stuff out there and she said what she said. But why are you working with Camila and not Cakes the Killer? Are you afraid of the truth that Cakes the Killer is actually an excellent MC and so reliant on your own self-inflicted tokenism that you are afraid white people might like Cakes the Killer more and then discard of you? But the thing with Cakes the Killer is she's a butch queen. So that's probably why a lot of maybe the industry doesn't really be feeling him like that. And he was, speaking of which, he was on that show with Cardi B, that rapper show. I believe he got eliminated early. But he definitely can rap circles around a lot of these people in this industry. I go hard for Cakes the Killer. He also said, well, you should be afraid because it's already happening at Lil Nas X, LOLOL. You forgot to tie a piece of floss into that hole in your MTA token so you can snatch it back out. Hollywood Shuffle beat up black bushy stick you're selling is done and over. You will be at fashion show more. LMFAO, suck a dick for pants. Ha ha ha, I'm too good. Where are your bars? We are not going to use patronization to circumvent the topic here. The topic is that you cannot fucking rap, son. At Lil Nas X, you're a terrible lyricist with pedestrian musical sensibilities. We need to come to a consensus on where your talent is. Fine, we can agree that you're a little piece of eye candy for those desperate old white homos in fashion, but where is your music, bitch? Yo, she is going in. So I'm like, girl, are you exhausted? I'm exhausted reading all of this. And she just went in with this whole read. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some things that she made valid points on in regards to the tokenism and things of that nature. And the fact that how of all the rappers, you decide to work with a Jack Harlow, who, don't get me wrong, Jack Harlow was cute. But of all the rappers, why aren't you? This is the opportunity. And I say this for the longest. Once y'all get through the door, you minorities, why aren't you working with the people who are lesser known and bring them up? If I was in Lil Nas X situation, I would be working with, a Cakes the Killer, because the thing is, I've been out here going hard for the openly gay rappers for the 20 plus years, they've been out here grinding and doing what they're doing to get where they are today. But the only thing is, people only know, like, literally on one hand, less than 5 queer rappers, because these are the ones they letting through the door. So they're not really aware of those people out here who can definitely rap circles around Lil Nas X. But I guess because Lil Nas X perpetuates a certain look about him, he does get the accolades. And here's the thing, I've said this before, I like the idea of Lil Nas X, but as far as like the music goes, his music has never really done it for me. But I applaud that he's out here doing what he does. But like I said, like, he is not my judge. So yeah, I want to show you, because this is what I was reading. This long ass damn thing that she had up there on Twitter, on Elon Musk's, wasteland called Twitter. She had all that to say when she woke up this morning. Speaking of snorting all that damn tea, I wonder how much she put in up her nose. That pink booger sugar, because you had to have had. Well, I was gonna say she had time. Clearly she does, because she ain't out here rapping either. And to me, it's like, while yeah, she did make valid points in some of the things he said, Lil Nas X is working on what he's working on, unlike you. And when he comes out with his new music, we'll be the judge, the jury, and the executioner on if this is what we want to hear from him. And if we agree with the music and all that other stuff, we'll be the ones who make that decision. It's not up to you. And then you out here dropping that F word, it's like, sis, no. Because here's the thing that I don't like about some of the women. I don't know, women get mad when they feel like I'm generalizing. Like I've said many a times, if it don't apply, let it fucking fly. I'm not talking about everybody, but I'm gonna talk about the bitches that like running over their goddamn mouth, that live for the gays. Oh, you love us until we step out of line. Then we all kinds of faggots. We're all kinds of sissies. We're all kinds of punks. We're all kinds of bitches. And then you want to send your friends to beat our ass. But here's the thing. Chris is from the hood. I was born and raised in Brownsville, Brooklyn. I fight. I fight everybody. I don't just fight, oh, I'm just going to fight a dude. No, I fight women. I fight men. I fight the kids, too. Everybody's getting got. So, y'all want to play that game? We can do that. But here's the thing. It's like, I'm an equal opportunity offender. And so we're not going to get up in here and do that. It's like, if it don't, like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. There are women out here that sit and live for the gays. They want us to do their hair and makeup. They think we all these big ass stereotype, cliche, whatever it is that y'all believe that the gays are. But when it comes out to the feminine gays, y'all be the quick ones. Whenever they step out of line, we all kinds of F words, we all kinds of sissies, we all kinds of punks, we all kinds of bitches, we all kinds of, y'all want to use the slurs. Which is why I always say a lot of times, like, what, I keep my distance when it comes to those. Because if I say and I do the things, I'm going to jail. Because you're not going to sit up in here and pop off at the mouth and get away with it. Not on my watch. So I don't understand people that continue to mess with her on the things she said. Like I said, she made valid points on some of the stuff she was saying about the music. But sis, you can't be out here reading people on people's music career when your career has been DOA for almost a decade. It might be longer. When did 1992 come out? And then she came out with the Broke with Expensive Taste, the Fantasy, and all that other stuff. But nobody was, by that time, all that stuff came out. The people stopped living for her. Unless you were in the underground. I don't know when it actually, when did 1991 come out? Well, I know she, so it was like 2011, 2012. I think that's when it came out, like 20. So that's like almost like, yeah, like 13, 14 years. Like, girl, you've been making music for over a decade, and your career is not where it is. So at least Lil Nas X got some hits and has been out here being, if you see him as a minstrel show, okay, whatever. You make valid points, and I don't understand, and I do stand on the whole thing. I'm like, yeah, how you working out here with Camila Cabello, who's made some racist comments about black people? That the song was trash, and the video was even trashier. But that was Camila's brand, so you were just a part of that. So I'm not gonna blame you completely. Although the song and the song wasn't that memorable. But yeah, so I'm I'm stuttering. I'm over talking about this. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do you feel that Azealia had made valid points of what she said about Lil Nas X? Or do you feel like that she needs to do like Mother RuPaul, tell a lot of them queens at the end of Drag Race to shay away? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, oh, my nose is itching. It's that booger sugar. No, I'm joking. Felix says, like I said, Azalea's entire career has been based on her talking ish about people. Absolutely. My friend sent T. Tony's routine was, of course it was. All of it is approved. Which I wasn't seeing on camera was when the cameras are panning to, the regular show, like the cameras that we use to show like the Knicks and the Rangers and all that other stuff. The cameras that we had the people up on filming the event and streaming it wherever, like on Fox News or whatever it was playing, because I don't know if any of which channels were doing it, but I'm sure it was the conservative channels, because I doubt CNN was having all that stuff on. Maybe they had it on in the background while they had a panel of people up there talking. I don't know. I was in the silo. I was in the whole situation, so I don't know how it was all playing out in real time on y'all end, because I was in the bubble. I can only tell you what was going on my end. So when they would show like the cameras panning to like, the celebrities and everybody and the speakers coming out, there was someone running up on stage placing the, the speeches on the podium. Now, Trump just pulls stuff out of his ass, but everybody else, there was somebody running up there, like with Elon Musk, Melania Trump, all of them. They put their speeches up there and they read, what it was. They read. So yes, his jokes were approved. They knew what was going on. That it was all vetted. Trust me, they knew all of that stuff. So Tony Hinchcliffe was up there. He knew what he was doing. And when the audience was cringing and didn't respond, and they were feeling a little awkward in certain situations, he was getting irritated. And that's when he went off on the people, on like the liberals. He was doing that to them too, like going harder on them, because it's easy to go after the shit libs or whatever. But the people that were also in the audience weren't really laughing at his jokes either, which is why I said earlier that clearly he knows that his audience has to be under the consummation of alcohol in order for them to know that his jokes are working. And plus, if you've never seen Kill Tony, he has comedians who come on who impersonate Donald Trump and Joe Biden. So I was not surprised when he showed up to show that he endorsed Trump. And this whole thing where they're trying to use free speech as this shield, this cloak that, free speech is under attack and we can't say things. Yeah, you cannot be a racist. You cannot say xenophobic, homophobic, misogynistic things and think it's funny. You're not setting up the joke. When you go and say that a floating pile of garbage is Puerto Rico, where is the setup for the joke? You're literally saying that Puerto Ricans are trash, that Puerto Ricans are garbage, and then had the nerve afterwards, I love Puerto Rico. I've even vacationed there. So yeah, you're a typical cracker that's running around using certain places where you have migrants and Latinos living and working there for a living. You looking at their island as a vacation, a little spa situation. It's like people who come to New York and only hang out in Times Square. I'm like, so you think that's all of New York? There's so many or all the fancy smanchy parts. They'll never go to Harlem unless it's gentrified and they can move there. But for the most part, the tourists, they go to the typical spots. I'm gonna go to Hudson Yard, or I'm gonna go to Times Square, or I'm gonna go to Herald Square, or I'm gonna go to Midtown, all the parts of Midtown. They only stick, or we'll go to see the Statue of Liberty, and all those things, the landmarks. We don't go outside of that. So it said Hinchcliffe's routine was approved by the campaign. It was loaded into a teleprompter by the staff, and they had him remove a joke calling VP Harris a "see you next Tuesday." I'm surprised because they called her a prostitute. So how's it okay for her to get up there and be called the prostitute, but you can't say the C word? Okay, that's the line. That's I can't believe it was a line that they drew. But clearly it's okay to sit and call Puerto Rico what you call Puerto Rico. Some queen said on Fox News that Beyonce should be focusing on keeping her album in the charts because it's already gone. Well, that queen on Fox News should be worrying about, child, I'm not even going to go there. When their next Tina hit is going to come. Because I'm sure that that's what they was, a lot of them. And you know what? I did say this. I wanted to open up my grinder so bad because I wanted to see, I wanted to see how many closeted log cabin Republicans was in that damn building. There was one, though, that had a fat ass. They had on these tight ass slacks. But I'm sitting there, I'm like, let me not be a whore. But there was some fine ass men up in there. I'll give them that. But it's like, I can't. Like, I feel like if I was to ever with a Trump supporter, it would be a hate fuck situation. Like, literally, I would be channeling all of my oppressed ancestors with each thrust. That would basically be me. See, that's a joke how you set it up. Not making derogatory, you know. She's saying, where's the music? Where's hers? I think the problem with male pop artists is they approach their art and how they promote it in the same way as female pop artists. Little Nas X, he is not one of the girls. Wait, but how do you think that he should promote it then? Because when you say he's not one of the girls, do you think that maybe because he's a gay man that he's trying to do the things that the pop girlies are out here doing and they're not letting it work? I mean, maybe, or do you think, because I don't feel like his approach is similar, like, well, Troye Sivan is kind of promoting his music the same way as like the pop girlies, or maybe it's just because Troye Sivan has better songs. Maybe that's what it is. Because how is it that he's able to promote, you know, the things, but, you know, try to do it like the girls, but maybe it's just that the music just isn't serving. Like, the beats is cute or whatever, but maybe, you know what, you need a co-writer. You need somebody that can come in and help you with lyrics. Because didn't Little Nas X's music career kind of come at a fluke, or as a fluke? Like, he wasn't really like an artist trying to make music. It just so like he kind of like it was an accident. And I feel like there's a lot of times where artists are like that, where the career happened by accident. You saying Gen Z still doesn't have a male pop star. Everyone can collectively agree. You're right. It's like when we were growing up, we had Michael Jackson, we had Prince, we had George Michael, we had Boy George, we had so many male pop stars who are really out here giving it. There's no, when I look at this generation, who is the next generation's Michael Jackson, Prince, George Michael, those sort of things? We don't have those. A lot of male artists these days, y'all are boring. Chris Brown is boring, except, you know, he out here beating up on people. Now, you had Usher Child up on social media bitching about people trying to, I guess, come for his father because they said like his music is not charting or whatever. Okay, look, this is a different time. Usher is from a different time. He was before streaming. All that streaming stuff don't matter. Usher is successful in his own right with the residency, with the tours that he was doing. The music is not going. It's going to be similar to Justin Timberlake. The music is not doing what it needs to be doing, but they will forever be able to sell out arenas. They'll be forever able to sell out residencies if they ever decide to do one. He's done one. Justin Timberlake has not. So the veteran acts, they don't have to rely on the charts anymore. It's the same thing we were talking about Kylie Minogue. People are talking about that the album Tension 2 didn't stream all that well. She's not a streaming artist. Yes, she had a fluke with Padam Padam, and it was huge, and it brought in a new generation of fans. However, she is a physical media artist. Kylie Minogue can put out records. People want the vinyl. People want the CDs. People want the calendars. People want all that stuff. They don't care about streaming. Her older fans are not streaming on Apple and Spotify. They don't even know how to use that shit. I mean, I'm into tech, so I know how to do all of that stuff. But for the most part, people want the physical media. So I feel like the industry needs to look at people in an individual standpoint and realize that what works for these little kids out here is not working for your veteran acts. He said 1911 Dia came out in 2012. Check your inbox. I think David threw massive shade at Madonna in Jay's Laser Music video. I get Madonna didn't like his vision for Hung Up, but I didn't think 19 years later this queen was bitter. Wait, David who? Oh, damn, they got albums that get too much hate, and you said overhated. Oh, wait, if this is who I think it is, the one that sound like a damn robot when he talk, I don't like watching his videos. Oh, you said David LaChapelle. And you said, I see what you did, David, at David LaChapelle. Oh, well, I said, and yeah, you how dare you? First of all, you had me in a small screen while you was looking at that. You sent me a screenshot. This is what I was talking about. Whatever. David LaChapelle, I used to live for him. David LaChapelle, because Amanda Lepore, as I mentioned her earlier, was definitely his muse, and he is an iconic fashion photographer. He is an excellent video director. He's done a lot of things, but I forgot about the whole falling out between those two, over creative differences or whatever. I'm still a David LaChapelle fan, even though I'm not feeling the shade that you did at Madonna, but whatever. Lil Nas X career got big, and then didn't he win a Grammy for it? So at least he has one of those. Azealia, what the hell you got? And that's what you should have did. You should just took a picture of your Grammy and said, "Oh, I'm a flop, I'm a loser, but look what I got, bitch." You wish you had one of those, let alone a #1 hit that stayed on the charts for weeks on end. It's not something you could brag about, but you could be a hater in your little apartment in the corner, or you want with your little phone being bitter. I think male artists need to stay away from social media and be admired through a screen. It works for Harry Styles. He's the most likable pop act for my generation, and he's a late millennial. Yeah, I like Harry Styles. And like I told you, I started getting into his music recently. I wasn't really into him before, but I did like the last record he put out. And plus, look, he made he made history. He has a flag hanging in Madison Square Garden over 15 consecutive sold-out shows that he performed at the Garden. Not many people can say that. We'll see if Dula Peep can do her 4. And we know there's people that usually do the standard 2 or 3 or whatever the case is. Billie Eilish did 3. Dula Peep doing 4. Kylie's about to do 2. Madonna's done like a half dozen at the Garden with a lot of her concerts. And so Harry Styles did 15. But I don't think anybody beat Billy Joel. Billy Joel did over 100. That's because he had a residency. And that's what I said with Madonna. She needs to think about, like, if you don't want to be doing the full tour situation, I feel like she should do a residency at the Garden. Yeah, Billy Joel did it, but who cares? He hasn't done what you did. Billy Joel just had like a 360 stage where it was just like a small stage. We had all his equipment up there and he played the hits. She can have like a stage set up where she does a couple of nights a month, for like a year or two. She could bring so much revenue into New York. That'll be her version of a residency. She ain't got to go nowhere. She could just do it at the Garden. So I said, when you really think about it, all male pop acts have relied heavily on their looks in teenage female audience. That's not something Troy, Conan, Shawn, or even Lil Nas. Child, did we just out Conan Gray? I think we all knew about Miss Conan, right? Another one who I like, by the way, he said that's not something Troy, Conan, Shawn, or Lil Nas. Oh, and did we out Shawn too? I seen that article where it was about leave Shawn alone. I'm like, first of all, Shawn need to leave us alone because we're not out here thirsty. Well, maybe some of you bitches are being thirsty, but for the most part, when you out here queer baiting and doing certain little things, but then you want to sit up here and talk about, oh, he addresses the bisexual rumors in his new song, and then they had Benson Boone in the recent photo with him where he's on a plane, I think on a private plane, shirtless, taking a photo with the little eye mask on his forehead. I mean, maybe I don't think, well, I was going to say, is Benson Boone trolling or queer baiting? Because we did see the picture of him with the American flag briefs on where he was leaving his show. He was coming down the steps with the security. He got in his car, had a little briefs on. We saw the bulge, we saw the cheeks. And he was a cutie. Although I do feel like that mustache makes him look like, a cop. Because we just getting some aviators and he could look like a porn star out of the 70s. He kind of giving like that, but I was like, you know what, that look kind of does work for him though. But yeah, but I do agree with that I feel like maybe the times are changing and a lot of these young pop acts are relying heavily on, they're being hot and then the little girls fawning over them. Where it's like when you look at Troy's giving you production. Conan Gray is giving you production. He's getting up there, he's singing his songs, he's playing instruments, he's bouncing around on stage like a young David Bowie. Shawn Mendes is boring. Lil Nas X is, doing what he does. You said, wait. Hold on. Oh, because I thought, oh yeah, I saw the David LaChapelle thing. You said I think Old Town Road was #1 for like 18 weeks. Well, I believe it. You probably are correct. Madonna has said she'd do a residency in New York. Well, yeah, that's why I said that would be different because everybody's coming to New York. And I feel like maybe, Atlantic City needs to clean up too, but I can't see her doing Jersey. She'll probably throw, Madonna gives me like she'll throw shade at Jersey. New York would be the ultimate situation that I think she would do. And the only place that I feel like that she'd be able to do, I mean, she's done the Barclays Center, but we pay them dust. But the Garden would be the perfect spot for her to do. So I do feel like that she could change it up. Yeah, David Bowie, because I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, Billy Joel had a residency, but it was a different type of show. Madonna doing something with a full-on production and stuff definitely would work at the Garden. And you know how much money and revenue she could bring into New York with that. So yeah, you said he still holds the record for longest consecutive #1. It was by Harry, was very close to beating his record. I think he reached #12 for 13 weeks. Sabrina Carpenter and Nicki Minaj is a rumored collaboration coming. Well, good for them. Hopefully, it's not a curse like the Taylor Swift one was for the LA Clippers. Does anybody know if the Yankees is winning? Because, they lost the past 2 games. So I need to know if the Yankees is winning. I can't concentrate when I'm live. And there was a situation when I worked the Knicks game, the opening game that happened on Friday. There was people, like I had Dodgers fans and Yankee fans kind of going at it in the crowd, and me and security, we was keeping an eye on trying to see if everything was copacetic. But for the most, it was funny because they sitting there chanting, "Let's go Yankee," and I'm sitting there like, y'all do know y'all at a Knicks game, right? Like I know there's 2 games going on simultaneously. You got the World Series happening, and then you have the Knicks kicking off the season. But can we focus on Jalen Brunson and them, which they ended up winning the game anyway? Well, shit, they played a game tonight too. I didn't know if they won that. I think it might be over by now. So I had to check it, but yeah, they definitely did their thing on Friday. And shout out to all the celebrities that was there. Sports Spike Lee was there. I was looking, I could not tell if that was Fat Joe or not. Fat Joe lost a lot of weight until they played Lean Back. I was like, okay, so that is him. Because I was like, I think that's him, but I'm not sure. But yeah, there was a lot of celebrities at in Celebrity Row. Even Carmelo Anthony was there. I was like, but I couldn't really see him because he was on the side of the basket, like in that on the side of Celebrity Row where the basket was. So I really couldn't see him until they showed him on the thing. Oh, and well, I don't know. David Harbour did show up, but he was at a Rangers game. That was the next day with his kids, with Lily Allen. Yeah, I'll be seeing the celebrities all the time. But anyway, let's move on. He said, I didn't know you was live, the live stream. But yes, I've been on for damn near 4 hours because I had a lot of tea to spill, especially the Trump rally. So, that took a lot. I was on there, for a minute talking about that. He said, Taylor and Nicki also have a rumored collab for the Reputation re-recording titled Sagittarius. Because they both Sagittarius. Taylor alluded to it at the 2023 VMA. It's just a rumor, though. Or maybe it was going to happen, but something, it just didn't work out. Sometimes things happen. Where it's like, oh, yeah, we plan on doing this, but it just didn't work out. Listen, it's clear as day there are a bunch of walking bags of Skittles. Yeah, because especially when Sean, but not Sean. Well, Sean do be trying to be a little ambiguous. But like, look, whenever the gays, the closeted ones, start to use ambiguous pronouns like they and them, I'm always like, I know what you're doing. I know this play. I know this. I know how this game is played. But anyway, let's move on because we got 2 more topics. Let's talk about Chaperone, who's yet again getting on my root canal nerve. I'm like, girl, is this girl ever happy? Because after, I see T.S. Madison's live. How's she doing? Hey, girl. Fag talk after dark. But anyway, we're not here to promote other people. We're here to talk about this show. So, let's talk about Miss Chaperone, who's still getting into it with the drama of it all. The drama conflama. So, rising superstar Chaperone has confronted a photographer for what she says was disrespectful behavior on the red carpet at the Olivia Rodrigo Guts World Tour concert movie premiere. Now, it's funny, like we were just talking about the pop girlies, and here she was at Rodrigo's Guts World Tour. And here's the thing. If y'all have not had the opportunity to see her tour, definitely watch this tour when it airs. I guess maybe in the article when it airs, I worked 3 out of her 4 shows when she was at the Garden. And it made me even more of an Olivia. I wasn't really a fan of her because I'm like, okay, this is not, I can't resonate with this music. This is way beyond my pay grade, or I've been aged out because she's basically for the young girlies. But I was living when she was up there performing her entrance and the songs and how emotionally invested all the kids were. And it was like, it's a really good, like, I give people the props when you're in the silo and you're seeing it for what it is. That's why I love working where I work, because the opportunity to like see things as it's happening and be a witness and bear witness to these things. And it's like, it's a really good show. So when you get a chance, definitely check it out. But during the event, Chappell Roan decided to, in between striking a pose, she made eye contact and pointed out an unidentified photographer who she claimed yelled at her during the Grammy Awards earlier this year. Was that the one where she told him, "You shut the F up"? Was that the one that she was confronting? Because I'm trying to remember. Look, Chappell been into so many things that she been getting into. It's hard to keep track. But anyway, we got the clip. In case y'all didn't see it, and we're going to roll said clip. Hold on. Please hold.
Chappell, right in front of you. Chappell, right in front of you.
You were so disrespectful. Y'all at your Grammy party. I remember. You were so rude to me. And I deserve it all. Yeah.
She said, "Don't do that to an artist again. You know, I read lips." Okay. And then she stepped back and she struck her pose. Then she go pointing. You know how the girls do. "Why you mad though? Why you mad though? Why you mad though? Why you mad though?" Shout out to Morgan McMichaels for that horrible ass song. You know, I live though. But what I don't understand is like, Chappell, you know, I live for you and I love I see like this generation, especially Gen Z, y'all are in y'all "I will not be disrespected by anybody" bag. And I've noticed a lot of y'all not taking the BS from people. However, I do not feel like it is your place to be jumping and stopping photo shoots to confront someone for being mean to you. This is the nature. I'm not saying that you just need to stand that, excuse me. You just need to just take whatever people do to you. But it just seems like every time I turn around, Chappell Roan mad about something and wants to get in the midst and finally gets in the midst of always getting into some drama. So I want to look up something because my friend Mila Jam, who is like a a trans musician, she posted on her page yesterday. And this is what I was like, when I saw this article, I was like, oh yeah, we definitely got to talk about this. She said, "Yay or nay on Chappell Roan's red carpet attitude." And one person said nay. Another person said, "I kind of love it. Paparazzi really sucks sometimes, and I appreciate that she claps back. I guess we'll see if it's a sustainable way to do things." Another person said, "Nay, I don't agree with being mean or nasty to anyone. Be the bigger person." Another person said, "Nay, this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I think Chappell's behavior on many red carpets, and I love this fabulous lady, really represent and embody the values of Gen Z folk. That's why I think they champion her so hard. I think there's room to fix problematic attitudes and situations, but similarly, I think being so easily triggered and moreover feeling the need to turn the act of calling someone out into a public spectacle just underlines the intense need to be part of something. It seems to make people feel important, special, and alive. There are things to take a stance on," which ironically, did you hear her alleged stance on who should be president? "And then there are those things that in the long run can be addressed and dealt with in a more productive way. But it often seems to me everything with the youth is paramount in terms of burning it all to the ground, no matter how trivial." This is basically my argument on how Gen Z is dealing with Palestine. This is my exact argument. You rather watch the world burn than actually come up with a solution. And they said, "I'm not saying that the paparazzi situation is trivial, but rather than perhaps it isn't on the priority list of things that need a public forum in a moment worth addressing." So yeah, but for the most part, they said she's serving something I can't say on FB. Are you saying see you next Tuesday? Is that what she's serving? But here's the thing. Where are these girls' PR agents? because it seemed like a lot of y'all be getting into situations. And where's the PR people? I know plenty of people who do PR for a living. Do you need me to get you a PR person, Chapel? Do you need me to call my good Judy and have her be your PR person? Because you out here doing this stuff, it's a mess. Like, I like the music. I like what you're all about. I like this whole regalia, the drag and all the stuff. Dragon's Valley, you know, all that mess. I'm joking. But for the other stuff, I like Chapel Roan. But lately she's gone from Chapel Roan to Chapel Moan. And every time I turn around, she moaning about something. She whining about something. I'm tired of the whining and the complaining and the bitching and all this other stuff. And I get it. Triggers and all that other stuff. However, you don't need to confront it. You don't need to have a Tourette's moment whenever you go through your things. We understand you have bipolar disorder and all this other stuff. Were you having an episode when you were on the red carpet that you felt the need to call out? And this is not me making fun. This is genuinely me asking. Because I feel like, yes, this was not the time or the place. If you're on the red carpet, you see somebody, I don't need to be, but you hurt my feelings and I demand an apology. Otherwise, don't take my photo. That's their job. Their job is to be there to be a photographer. So now I guess they know, like, and look, I'm here for setting boundaries. I love the fact that this new generation is not like us before, where it's just like, you know what? We understand it's the nature of the game. We put up with a lot of stuff and we move on. But I like this new generation. Sidebar, there was a story that came out because I was like, some of these celebrities can be bitchy. There was a story that came out about a celebrity makeup artist that was talking about how much of a nightmare a couple of celebrities are. Blake Lively's name came up. Jennifer Lopez's name came up. Not surprised. And then there was somebody in the comments or someone that said that they worked with a celebrity and the celebrity was like, they were a well-known celebrity makeup artist. And the person said, oh, I can make you cry. And they were like, and I can make you look like a clown going out in front of public. So it's like, yes. Now that's the clapback that you come at. If somebody deliberately bullies you, if somebody deliberately tries to be, well, I can make you cry because you feel like you're a diva and you could do whatever because you're a position of power. Well, bitch, I can make your ass go out there looking like Art the goddamn clown or Pennywise. Pick one. Try me if you want to. I bet you that bitch gonna shape up and fly right. So I say all this to say, I get it, Chapel, but everything does not need a response. I said the same thing about Cardi B, where she got a post on social media, but she got her little rants. I'm like, girl, put all that energy in your music. So I'm always trying to cuss everybody out that's gonna come at you because they know what buttons to push, they know what triggers you're gonna have, and a lot of people like to poke the bear, unfortunately. So, like I said before, Chapel, let it go. In the words of Adina Menzel, Adele Nazim, let it go, and move on. So, whatever your thoughts are on this story, I definitely want to hear what you think about it. Do you agree with the way Chapel handled it, or do you feel like, she was out of pocket and she needed to just let it go, like Elsa from Frozen? So, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so it's on Netflix now. Oh, it is? Okay. I don't know, because like I told you, I have been in this bubble for the past 24 hours, so I don't know what's playing. I don't know what's going on. As soon as I came home last night, I literally just because I was like, I need to unwind. I ate something because I was starving. And then I put on 911, not Lone Star, 911 with my girl, Angela Bassett, watched 2 episodes and knocked out. And then as soon as I got up this morning, I was like, I made me some breakfast. It was go time. I had so many errands and things to run, so I didn't really have time to really watch it. I did watch a couple of YouTube videos, and I did tell you I went down a little Trump MSG rabbit hole because I want to know what the media was saying in regards of everything that was going on, which is why when all the stuff I was telling you was based off of what the media was spilling and telling y'all yay or nay, and then adding a little, extra sazon to the gumbo. So, yeah, there was that. So, you said it wasn't a Grammys, it was a VMA. Look, I told you, she be having so many little situations, I be forgetting where she's at. But yeah, if the Olivia show is on Netflix, I think I'm gonna watch it too, because I was like, I was there. I want to actually see the way they shot it. Well, yeah, who knows, right? Because all these award shows, I be feeling like be interlinking. But I'm thinking it hasn't. Wait, I think it was the VMAs because no shade, nobody knew who Chapel Roan was except for the past couple of months. So I think it was the VMAs because the Grammys wasn't nobody talking about Chapel in that way, and her career didn't pop off until like post Grammys. And you said she just came back to social media. Like, girl, what is wrong with you? A mess. All right, so now let's get into our final topic, and let's talk about this mess. Thank the Lord it's over. But look, at this point, is it really a spoiler? Because y'all had 3 days to watch this. So I guess we can give a congratulations to Alyssa Edwards, who ended up being the winner of RuPaul's Global All Stars, which, look, Helen Keller could have told us that she won, and she both deaf, dead, and blind in regards to that. But hold on, because I got to look this thing up, because I got tea from one of my Colombian friends, because I don't know if y'all knew this, but she actually, they shot the show in Colombia at the old Paramount studio out there. So she basically, they shot the whole show out there, whatever. So one of the pit crew who is on the show is actually a model for one of my designer friends, and spilled some tea about some inside stuff on Drag Race that nobody. I almost wrote it on Bussy Queen comments, but I was like, I'm not giving no shade. I was gonna say the competition, but I'm not giving y'all my inside scoops. Y'all gonna get it here. I'm not helping these other people out. I gotta help myself with these numbers. So it said, from behind the All-Stars to mirror to center stage on Global All-Stars, Alyssa Edwards came back again to claim the RuPaul's Drag Race franchise first worldwide crown. The Mesquite, Texas native, canoe queen, and OG season 5 contestant flexed her might on a worldwide platform on Friday when RuPaul crowned her as the RuPaul's Drag Race Global All-Stars winner and the new recipient of a $200,000 check, a crown, and a scepter, and a spot in the new International Pavilion inside the Drag Race Hall of Fame. And Ru lazy ass didn't even get up out that chair to tell her to not only prance, but to give her the scepter and the crown. Probably because she has some damn sweatpants on behind that damn desk. It's a lot of tucking, and hours of sitting on that secret, I guess. So it said Alyssa's domination over the competition was apparent from the beginning, with the drag icon winning the season premiere talent show challenge and coasting. I'm glad y'all said coasting, because that's exactly what it was, through the rest of the episodes without once placing in the bottom. And I feel like, as they say, it was rigomoris, because remember, the many a times Alyssa Edwards been on the show and the sabotage that was going on from the other queens, the many a times she'd been on Drag Race, and they were trying to do it the regular way. But she's a favorite. But shout out to I heard was that Alyssa Edwards wasn't even the initial choice to be on this season. So, my friend was said one of my models was part of the pit crew during the first filming. They had to bring Alyssa last minute and reshot everything. So I said, so Alyssa wasn't even part of the original cast? She said, no, she wasn't. They had to prepare everything last minute. Every look is a proof of it. So I said, yeah, now it makes sense why this season was a mess. Did they not have another American queen before they contacted Alyssa? And then my friend responded, indeed, the one that they wanted to win was the British one. The one that's skinny now. Basically talking about Kitty Scott Claus, because allegedly she on that Ozempic. But I don't know. But yeah, since they shot the show, and that was earlier this year, Kitty's skinny. So she might be on the Ozempic, But the English interaction had lots of problems, is what they were saying. So that's it. People in my timeline was saying it felt like Kitty was being set up to win. Alyssa was consistently safe. How were you going to do Global All-Stars with Ru as a host and no competing queen from the US? And they said money, agendas, but mostly money. So that's basically what I was told. Now take with it what you will, but child, this is why I can't take Drag Race seriously, because the rigomoris of it all is why I can't get behind it. Like, I'm entertained by it. It is what it is, but let's be clear. I would have been more entertained by this season of Drag Race if it wasn't a hot ass orange mess. And it was like, it literally felt like it was all over the place. It lacked the focus. You clearly were trying to, it just felt like the international queens, we all knew didn't have a rat's chance of winning. There barely was any international judges on the show. You had more Americans up there than anything. And I feel like you should have just mixed it up. And then the way it was set up was like, yeah, okay, Nelania felt like a bit of a charity case. We got to kind of mix it up by having her there from Italia, because that's not a franchise that Ru hosts. But the other three, he does. He hosts Drag Race Down Under. He hosts Drag Race UK. Well, he hosted Drag Race Down Under. Now it's Michelle Visage. And he hosts the American version. But I was sitting there saying, like, yeah, how can you do an American season without an American queen? Like, make it make sense. Unless y'all were trying to do it at the point of, yeah, y'all were trying to set it up for Kitty to win. Which, according to my tea, my source, that's what they were doing. So they said that answer was enough to put, so it said, from Mesquite, Texas, there was nobody like me on television. I had a father that put Superman in front of me, and that was not my superhero. This is what she said, tearing up. There will be another Justin that will be at home in some small town somewhere with the same father and upbringing that will watch this and go, because this person is brave and courageous, maybe I can be as well. That answer was enough to push Alyssa, a seasoned dancer and professional dance coach, as outlined on her Netflix series Dancing Queen, which I remember when I interviewed her back when I was doing interviews with celebrities and stuff. And this was during her season of Drag Race. And everybody was trying to get that interview. And I was asking her what was going on with the Dancing Queen show, which eventually turned out to be that. She was being vague about it, and it was in the early stages, but it took years before that finally got up on Netflix. But he said, it definitely pushed her through the final four-way lip sync battle to Lady Gaga's Bad Romance, which I thought was a good song for them to be, performing to, especially with Gaga releasing that new song that she came out with, Disease, which, shout out to a friend of mine, Corey Craig. If y'all get a chance, definitely check on social media. He did a mashup of Disease with 9 Inch Nails Closer, which I'm like, now we all knew that she was kind of jerking off 9 Inch Nails with the song. Like, it was very much industrial. I told y'all that from the beginning, that she was going more of an industrial sound, similar to what we got from the Fame, Monster, and that whole era. And some of the, Shiza, which is actually a song that I like from her, and that type of vibe. So he matched it up. I'm like, I knew that's kind of, because it kind of gave that 9 Inch Nails Trent Reznor vibe. And I was like, it would make, like, to me, I would always been like, yeah. Remember, Aaliyah at one point was somebody she wanted to work with Trent Reznor on music. And if she were alive, I do believe that would have happened. But yeah, can you imagine having to sit through 4 different lip sync versions of Bad Romance? That would drive me nuts. I'm like, okay, I'm tired of the song at this point. But you got to go through the thing, because that's just TV. So in the end, they said Ru crowned Alyssa as the Global Stars winner, marking the longtime fan favorite queen's first crown after 3 competitive seasons. Always and forever, Alyssa Edwards, Alyssa said after taking her scepter and staring straight into the camera to deliver one of her signature tongue pops. She's a winner, baby. She's a winner, Alyssa added in a confessional. This has been a long time coming. Now, outside of Alyssa's victory, Drag Race France, hosted by season 12 alum Nikki Doll, contestant Soa the Muse won the season's Miss Congeniality Award, known as the Miss Global Peacemaker. Really? That's what y'all call it? I must have fell asleep on that part. Miss Global Peacemaker Award, as deemed by RuPaul following a vote among the cast. Ru also revealed that the title came with a cash prize of $10,000. Thank you to all my sisters. Thank you so much. This is what emotional Soa said as she accepted the honor. Well, look, I like Soa the Muse, but girl, that drag was a mess. Or as, when they say, when they reading, it was a choice. But it is what it is. So then the end of Global All-Stars caps a monumental year for the International Drag Race Series, which we saw Nymphia Wynn walk away with one at the end of season 16. Season 14 contestant Injuria Paris Van Michaels won All-Stars 9. And then we had Drag Race Mexico's Leaks of Fox won to Le Mans, triumphing over the latest edition of Canada's Drag Race, Canada versus the World. So you know, we have, so that's basically what we had, all that. And then they also get into Entertainment Weekly. Shout out to them because this is what it said. And they said, ahead of her Global All-Stars bow, Alyssa reflected on some of her best Drag Race moments from the past in a video for EW, particularly her iconic Shut Up and Drive lip sync against Tatiana and subsequent elimination of the drag artist formerly known as Fifi O'Hara. And child, we remember that one because that was iconic. Wait, because I was like, there was something that I saw in here and I was kind of annoyed by it. Especially, you know, when it was talking about Drag Race, there was one particular article that I felt like was being shady. And I was like, damn, I wanted to read it, but you couldn't even Vulture. They were talking about Drag Race Global All-Stars failure is classic RuPaul. I wanted to read the article because that would have been good to add to it. The problem is with Vulture, they want you to subscribe to read their stuff. I'm like, I'm not going through no free trial. I'm not paying to read your article. Like, if you want us to know the tea, tell us the tea. What's the tea? Now tell me what's the tea. What's the tea? Now tell me what's the tea. So let me read some of the comments. Where was some of the, Felix said Global All Stars was totally rigor mortis. Well, I said rigor mortis. It definitely felt rigged. You said, yeah, I heard they from the Imbo Costa, Colombia. And it said, I think she won because she's a fan favorite. I mean, it definitely felt a lot of that. And then you said, now that she won, I wonder if she'll get a second season of Dancing Queen. Well, we'll see. But definitely, look, Alyssa Edwards is someone who definitely deserves to be on TV. I even had an idea. I was like, why aren't they doing like a Dancing with the Stars with drag queens? Like, that is an idea, something or another that I've had. I would definitely be up to host. And then you get a bunch of drag queens who have a dancing background to judge. And Alyssa Edwards definitely needs to be up there as one of the girls. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do you feel that Alyssa Edwards, you know, it's a long time coming and she deserved to win? Or do you feel it's a case of rigor mortis that, okay, it's an international series, but of course, because it's RuPaul and it's an American show, it is American. It is American show that it kind of is obvious that she won. So let me know in the comments down below. Well, chat, is how you know it's getting late. Because I'm out here losing it. Like, it's 10:30 in the evening. And, you know, whatever. It is what it is. So, yeah. So we are at the end of the show. I did a 4-hour show today, but I was like, I knew when it came to that, talk about that Trump stuff, that I was going to go in and let have, and I was just going to like give you all the play-by-play, the blow-by-blow of the situation. But yeah, so we are done with today's show. Thank you for all of you that are tuned into this latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I will be back tomorrow to give you a brand new show of celebrity tea and topics and all that good stuff. If you have not already, please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also, smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank all of you that were in the chat with me during this live broadcast, that were kicking with me and all that good stuff. You know, I love and appreciate y'all. Y'all definitely keep this show live and loud and crazy and animated, and y'all definitely give me the energy, because if I was up in here doing this show, it was pre-recorded, I would probably be losing my mind up in here. We're trying to keep up the energy and the momentum, but I did have one of them coffees from Cinnabon because earlier I was out of it. I was tired. I was ready to crash, but I was like, while I was at near the mall getting some food and stuff, because I didn't feel like cooking today. I was like, let me just go get one of them little Cinnabon coffees. I'm lit right now. So yeah, I'm gonna watch me some Dragula. I'm gonna catch up on that Chris Brown documentary and all that good stuff. And I will kiki and, you know, commiserate with all of you hoes in the morning. Well, not in the morning, but tomorrow, sometime tomorrow, probably mid-afternoon. The latest, I ain't gonna give y'all a late show like I did today. But, you know, I was definitely gonna promise to give y'all a show because it's been a minute. So love you all for watching. And I shall see you all tomorrow. So until then, ciao, darlings.